Hey YouTube, welcome up to another Magic Monday, special Monday because it's set review day. The Wilds of Eldraine previews are all done, which means every card is out there. We can look at all of them, and it also means that we can start going through them to look at all the cards and do a set review and try to figure out what I think their general grades are going to be for limited. So my grading scale is I do A, B, C, D, F. A's for like game-winning, amazing bombs like Shieldred, Elish Norn. B's for just super good cards that you're going to want to take. Cards like Claim the Precious, Dunlan Krebin, Aomer. C's are, pretty good cards that you want in your deck, but, they're not the most exciting. Think things like the 1-red 2/2 Goblin from Lord of the Rings. D's are fillable filler cards where, like, if you have to put something in, sure, but you're not super excited to put it in there. It's just, it's a guy. And then F's are cards that are just straight up unplayable. So, hopefully that gives you an idea of how I like to try to review these. I've got my tea with honey. Help make sure my throat is lozenged. Draw it. What's the theming for this set since it's Eldraine? So Eldraine's all about fairy tales. And this set very much continues that same theme of fairy tales. But dark and twisted. So what we're going to do, we'll start off by going over all the gold cards. Because that should give us an idea of what all the different color pairings want to do. And just that alone will help give us an idea of how to better grade some of the cards. So we'll start off with blue and white. Will, Scion of Peace. He's on his own now. He's not with Rowan. Not a Planeswalker. So 1 white and a blue for a 2/4 legendary human wizard with vigilance. And you can tap him. Spells you cast this turn that are white and or blue cost X less to cast, where X is the amount of life you've gained to this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Well, so I imagine there's going to be at least some life gain, because otherwise this card doesn't really do anything. Did Will get desparked? I didn't know if that was like an actual part of the last story or not. Yeah, food's going to show up in Eldraine a lot as well. Return us some food. So, that puts us at what? Will, Sign of Peace, 2 and a 4, Vigilance, make stuff kind of cheaper after you gain life. A lot of times you gain life from combat, from like your life linkers, and it's at sorcery speed. You end up using them kind of post-combat. He doesn't really seem all that exciting to me. I mean, a 2/4 Vigilance for 3 mana is pretty good, but it's not awesome. Will, Sign of Peace just kind of looks like a C? Maybe C+ for me. Yeah. Yeah, Will looks like a C. Not really something, even at a mythic rare, not really something you want to like first pick. However, Hilda of the Icy Crown, next one. Also mythic, 2 white-blue for a legendary human warlock, who's a 3/4. She's the Ice Queen. Whenever you tap an untapped creature an opponent controls, you may pay 1. If you do, choose 1. Make a 4/4. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Or scry 2. Draw a card. Now that's good. Blue-white's theme is actually a lot of like tapping your opponent's creatures. Like those like kind of icy tap down effects. I actually really like those kind of cards. I was always kind of a sucker for them ever since like Frostlinks, those kind of cards. But then that is a huge payoff. Pay 1. I mean, just paying 1 to get a 4/4 out of it seems incredible to me. Like, I can't imagine a whole lot of situations in which you just don't want another 4/4. Unless, like, you're already so far ahead, you might as well just, like, scry 2, draw a card. Or something like that. But she seems really good. I'm very much into her. She's like a little bit of a build around though, because if you don't have any of the tap down effects, she is just a 4-mana 3/4. So she does not go into every deck, and she's not really necessarily splashable unless you have those tap down effects. But as that tap down just All these payoffs. I'm leaning like an A minus. Does that seem too high? Making 4/4s is really good for only one more mana. Am I crazy? Azorius go wide? No, Azorius is more icing things down. Yeah, none of the modes are bad. I guess that's kind of part of it. I'm leaning A minus for Hilda. But again, like, she needs the support for it, as long as you got the tap down effects, but that seems super powerful. I definitely want to play a deck with her in it. Last blue-white card is Charade of Numbing Depths, 2 white-blue for an uncommon legendary Merfolk Wizard. So here's the signpost uncommon. You'll be seeing this one the most. 2/3. When he enters the battlefield, tap target creature in opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Okay, so they are doing the stun counter thing again. So a stun counter is if a creature would get untapped, you instead remove a stun counter and they do not untap. So, the same as freezing them down. Whenever you tap one or more untapped creatures in opponent controls, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. That's fine. That's a pretty good payoff. The only 2 power, 3 toughness is a little under rate for 4 mana, but it does get the immediate freeze effect. And it triggers off itself, so you just get a draw a card right away. No, that's really good. I really like that. Yeah, I would absolutely pay 4 mana for 2/3, tap one of your opponent's creatures, draw a card. I'm in for that. And it just seems really good. Yeah, Charade of Numbing Depths. Fine for that. Solid B for Charade. Yo, Pickle. Thanks for that resub. Good to see you. Possibly a nerd, Molten Mermaid. Malice. Thank you all for the resubs. Yeah, tap and stun it. Blue-white looks fun. I like that it's like blue-white Icy Boys instead of blue-white Flyers, which I think usually is kind of the go-to for the color pair. Next up, let's go over blue-black. I'm going to try to adjust this page a little bit for y'all. Next up, we got the blue-black cards. First ones are rare. Blue and a black for a rare fairy. It's a 1/1 flyer. It has tap, draw a card, discard a card. Tight. You can also pay X mana. Likeness Looter becomes a copy of target creature card in your graveyard with mana value X. Except as flying and this ability activate only as a sorcery. That's really neat. So, blue-black is fairies, which is also cool. So 2 mana flyer that is also a looter is very, very strong. And then if you got anything like powerful in the graveyard, just being able to copy that and make it flying to get in. If there's anything that has like if it hits opponent, get effect ability, that makes it even better. That looks good though. Less exciting than some of the other ones, but I still like her. I'd be happy playing it just as the 1/1 looter, honestly. Like, it is sorcery speed for X, which is kind of a bummer. Put it in like a ninja deck? Yeah, absolutely. So, just like the second half with the X mana become a copy, it probably won't happen a whole lot. But just as a 1/1 flyer that loots, I'd be happy with. Like this looter looks like a C+ to me. Solid. What software do you use for the shuffler? You have to use BizHawk. Next is Obira, the Dreaming Duelist. Blue-black for a uncommon legendary fairy. It's a 2/2 with flash and flying. And then whenever another fairy enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life. Oh. So it's just a blue-black fairy tribal. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Just if you're drafting blue-black, you just get all the fairies. So I can only assume there's a ton of fairies. And you just get to ping the opponent down. This is another one that is just kind of fine, but the flash on it makes me like it way more. But again, assume you have no other fairies. It's a 2/2 flash flyer for 2 mana. And I'm in for that, so I would go B- on Elvira. It's too bad she doesn't hit herself. Like, it has to be another fairy, so she does not immediately make the opponent lose a life. But oh well. Next up, Talion, the Kindly Lord. 2 blue and a black for a mythic legendary fairy. Alright, it is a 3/4 flyer. Alright, when it enters the battlefield, pick a number between 1 and 10. Whenever an opponent casts a spell with mana value, power, or toughness equal to the chosen number, that player loses 2 life and you draw a card. That's a weird one. That's a weird one, but like... Power or toughness, or mana value. It covers a lot of things. Yeah, if you're like facing down aggro, you choose like 1. Because anything with 1 power or 1 toughness or 1 mana, they lose life and you draw a card. Or you can pick 2 for 2 power, 2 toughness, or if it's too many, they lose 2 life and draw a card. And if you're facing anything else, yeah, I think just picking 2 would be the safest number. I don't know why you would pick anything higher than like 4 ever. You know? I think the way this will play out, if you're facing anything that's not like aggro, you could also, if you can like kind of get an instinct on the opponent's hand, pick whatever mana value would be like their most common removal spell. Because then if they cast a removal spell to try to take down Talion, you at least get to hit them for 2 and draw a card on top of it. That's interesting. Talion's not bad. A 4 mana 3/4 flyer. So we also got to talk about like power and toughness rate. 4 mana for a 3/4 flyer is actually really good. That's a lot of toughness for a flyer. Because normally you got to pay 4 mana for like a 3/2 flyer. So it actually makes it a very good blocker and a very good attacker. So Talion also still looks pretty good. Talion's a B. This is the flyer. Maybe sometimes you get in with the other ability. But I like it. B. Next. We got Rowan, Scion of War. 1 black and a red for a mythic legendary human wizard. Here's Rowan of the Will and Rowan House. She's a 4/2 with Menace. She also can tap her. Spells you cast this turn that are black or red cost X less. Okay. Where X is the amount of life you lost this turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so yeah, Rowan went black-red, so I can only assume she's pissed. Huh. A 3 mana 4/2 Menace is pretty good. I will assume black has a lot of pay life to do a thing effects, otherwise that's not very helpful or exciting. Kind of like Will. I'm just looking at face value here. 3 mana for a 4/2 Menace. Which is fine. That's still like a C. Be happy to play 1, but this is not like first pickable or anything like that. And even if you have like a lot of something that makes you lose a lot of life, like I don't know if you're really like getting that far ahead with her. Yeah. She's for the most part, she's a 3 mana 4/2 Menace, which is good. C. Next is the only other black-red card. Totentans? Totentans. Swarm Piper. 1 black and a red for a uncommon legendary human warlock bard. Cool multi-class, bro. He's a 2/3. Whenever Totentaz, Swarm Piper, or another non-token creature you control dies, Create a 1/1 black rat creature token that can't block. You also pay 1 in a black. Target attacking rat you control gains death touch until the end of turn. Yeah, the Pied Piper. The Pied Piper fairy tale. That's neat. Tater tots. Alright, so 3 mana, 2/3. Fine. It does come with a 1/1 rat that you can attack with death touch. It is important to note that 1, the rats can't block, and 2, the rats have to be attacking in order to pay 2 to give it death touch. So for like bite effects or anything similar. Also important to note. I'd actually be pretty happy playing this because I know there's going to be a lot of sacrifice effects. And getting rat tokens to do something like that is a good easy way to get those rats. Not bad. Being like a B+ for tater tots. 3 mana, 2/3 is fine. Yeah, 3 mana, 2/3, but it does come with the token. The token pushes it up a little bit for me. Next up is Agatha of the Vile Cauldron. Green-red for a mythic legendary human warlock. She's a 1/1. But the activated abilities of creatures you control cost X less to activate, where X is Agatha's power. This effect can't reduce the mana to less than 1 mana. So it always costs at least 1. And you can pay 4 red-green. Other creatures you control gain +1/+1 and gain trample and haste until end of turn. It's also important to note that the way Agatha reads, it just says activated abilities of all creatures you control. So even though her ability says 4 red-green, at base it's 3 red-green. So a 5 mana team-wide pump and 5 mana overrun? That's brutal. So, and there's a lot of aura effects and a lot of... Yeah, there's a lot of auras. I don't know about equipment, so there's going to be a lot of ways to get Agatha's power up, even if it's just up to, like, 2. Because even at 2, at 4 mana, give everything +1/+1, trample and haste is really good. I see potential for her. Of course, the downside being is that her floor is a 2 mana 1/1, which is bad. And it's in red and greens. Not sure which auras you get in red and green. Man, I could see a world in which this card's actually a trap. But it doesn't seem that bad. I would say she's like a D in any other situation. But if you get to activate her even like once for a big attack, it brings her up to like a C-. Yeah, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Tater Tots Swarm Piper does not get a rat when he ETBs. It's when he dies. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, Yeah, if you're already red-green, I'm sure you wouldn't mind putting this into your deck, but this is not like something you try to prioritize very highly in your drafts. Yeah, she seems like she's gonna be like a D+. But if she gets activated once, like that brings up to like the C- C level. But I don't know. I just assume you'll have better things to spend your mana. If you're already red and green, feel free to throw her in. But otherwise, yeah, not super exciting. If she just had like 2 power, if she was a 2/1, I would like her way more. But at a 1/1, that's tough. Move on. Ruby, Daring Tracker, Red Riding Hood. We go red and a green for an uncommon legendary human scout. She's a 1/2 with haste. And whenever Ruby attacks while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, Ruby gets +2/+2 until end of turn. And she has tap, add red or green. Oh, interesting. So she's a ramper. And then later on, once you got some thick boys, she attacks in as a 3/4. Fine. Yeah, that's fine. See? So, red-green's plan is big dick swinging. Again. Not much to say there. Moving on. Green and white's cards. First is the rare Yenna Redtooth Regent. She's pretty. 2 green white for a 4/4. She's a rare legendary elf noble. Does the haste let her tap for mana on the first turn? On the first turn she's down? Yeah. 4 mana 4/4. Okay. You can pay 2 and tap her. Choose target enchantment you control that doesn't have the same name as another permanent you control. Create a token that's a copy of it. Except it isn't legendary. If the token is an aura, untap Yenna, scry 2, activate this only as a sorcery. So she's a 4 mana 4/4. There's a lot of enchantments in this set. Another big thing is going to be all the little aura effects. So you can actually copy a lot of the aura roll tokens. Which allows you to attach that to something else. It is that sorcery speed, which is a bit of a bummer. I mean, I get it. So really, the best way to use this is to target your auras and your enchant creature things. Because then she still gets to untap as a 4/4. Because, like, throwing away 4 power, 4 toughness just to, like, copy something is a lot. But getting the untap plus the scry 2 is kind of huge. She seems solid. Still gonna lean towards it's like a B. 4 mana 4/4 plus some bonus. That's a B. What website am I using to view the cards? This is scryfall.com. Yeah, seems fine. Next is Sir Armont, the Redeemer. 3 green white for a legendary uncommon knight. It's a lot of legendaries in this card. That too. That's a 4/4. And she has, when Sir Armont enters the battlefield, create a monster roll token attached to another target creature you control. So this is one of the main mechanics of the new Eldraine set, is that there's a lot of roll auras that you create. It's like monster roll, sorcerer roll, cursed roll, knight roll. And what it all says, it's you basically create an enchant creature aura, and you put it on another target creature. The monster roll makes a creature have +1/+1 and trample. And Sir Armont also says enchanted creatures you control get +1/+1. And she's a 4/4. Role playing, if you will. E. So basically, Sir Armont comes in. At bare minimum, she's a 5 mana 4/4. You cannot attach the monster roll to herself. It has to be another target creature. But onto any other creature you have, you're basically giving them +2/+2 and trample while Sir Armont's around. Creatures can only have 1 roll per player attached to them. Oh, it's per player? Yeah, I know creatures can only have like 1 roll. But you can have like multiple monsters. Multiple monster rolls, right? Chibi? I actually did not check on the interaction. Yeah, that's what I thought. You can have a cursed monster, but not a monster sorcerer. Yeah, but I can also have 2 monsters. Okay, yeah. All right. Make sure I had that right. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, you can't put the same monster roll on the same creature. Yep, all right. Make sure I got that right. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. So where's that put Saramon? Yeah, stick with the B. I like her. 5 mana 4/4. You give something else +2/+2 and trample. And if you have any other enchantment. So I guess green-white is all about them auras then. Because Yenna cares about it, Saramon cares about it. Green-white auras? Which they've kind of done before. They've done like the green-white auras enchantment kind of archetype before. But this is a kind of a unique twist on it because it's got the rolls to it. All right, neat. Moving on. White-black. Ariette of the Charmed Apple. One white-black for a mythic legendary human warlock. She's a 2/4, and I kind of want her to destroy my body. Hello, ma'am? Hello? Minthara? Each creature that's enchanted by an aura you control can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. Holy crap. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of auras you control. Okay, so she also cares about auras. So basically, she comes down, and if your opponent has any enchanted creatures, they can't attack you. That's kind of bonkers. That's good. She's in really good, yeah.
Sweet.
I'm in for her. Oh, aura you control. Each creature that's enchanted by an aura... Oh, by an aura you control can't attack you. Damn it, okay. So you curse someone, and you shut down at least one of them. So I'm going to assume black-white's going to care about curses. Still good, yeah. Still good. Does bring her down a little bit. I was going to go be like easy B+, but it has to be an aura you control. It comes down a little bit from there. Still a B. He's a 3-mana 2/4, and if you are able to curse any of your opponent's stuff, plus any other potential auras you could have, because I know there's like a pacifism style effect, which is redundant, but you know. Yeah, A+ on the hotness, though. Look at her. Yeah. I like that. Next is Neva. Neva? Stalked by Nightmares, 2 white-black. That art's really cool. Like Sleeping Beauty, but what she sees in her sleep. Uncommon legendary human noble. She's a 2/2 with menace at only 4 mana. Oh, okay. And when Neva enters the battlefield, return target creature or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, okay, so she's a menace gravedigger. And she also has, whenever an enchantment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, she gets a +1/+1 counter, then scry 1. Okay, so black-white also has a little bit of reanimation going on. This is a 4-mana menace gravedigger. I ain't saying she's a gravedigger. I'd be happy playing her with just at her baseline. You get a creature card back to your hand and a 2/2 menace out of it. And then her other half, it does have to be enchantments you control. It doesn't work with creatures. So she could slowly get bigger. But you might get 1, maybe 2 counters on her at best. So it's not like a huge amount. But when you get it, it is a nice little bonus. But she's just solid on her own. She's a B-, I would say. Yeah, B-. So black-white, a little bit of auras, a little bit of reanimation. Honestly, I feel like they're a little less clear on the direction of black-white with these uncommons. Next is blue-red cards, starting with Johan, Apprentice Sorcerer, instead of the Sorcerer's Apprentice. 2 blue and a red for legendary uncommon human wizard. The 2/5. You may look at the top card of your library at any time, and once each turn, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from the top of your library. So blue-red's going to be about spells. That is a big butt. 4 mana, 2/5? Dick. Yo, 547, thanks for that Twitch Prime resub. So to really make Johan worthwhile, you need a lot of spells in your deck to be able to cast it off the top of your library for even getting that card advantage. He is spiritually a crab. Same. So how many spells would you want in your deck to really make it worthwhile? Like, you need more than 8? Oh, snap. Does that work with adventures? Oh, that would work with adventures, wouldn't it? Ooh, actually with adventures, that's kind of tight. Nah, 10 would be too low as well. So, yeah, if you have them in your deck, I think if you can have at least like 12, ideal world 15 instants and sorceries. But that also would include creatures that have adventures that are instants or sorceries. Does it? Adventures are only a main part of the card except anywhere on the stack. It says you cast instant or sorcery from the top, though. Does that work? If it works with adventures, I assume it does. Because then it's not too hard to get that enough instant and sorcery in your deck to make Johan's butt bounce all over your deck. If it doesn't work, he's significantly less good. We may need to science that. I'm pretty sure that works, because it's if you can cast it from the top of your library, it's no different than casting an instant adventurer from your hand. Pretty sure it works. I'm going to run under the assumption that it works. You still need enough instants and sorceries to make him worthwhile. He does not go into every blue-red deck. Because otherwise he doesn't really do anything. It does put him at a... He just have a little bit of a build-around. Like a build-around C+. Why does he have 5 toughness, though? You been doing squats, dude? Look at that butt. Did the new Magic set come out? Not quite, Hound of Winter. This is the new set that's coming out. The pre-release is this weekend, and then it comes out next week. So very soon. Then we got The Apprentice's Folly. 2 blue and a red for a rare Saga. Sagas are back. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, both CA. Choose target non-creature you control that doesn't have the same name as a token you control. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary, and it's a reflection in addition to its other types, and has haste. And then Chapter 3 is sacrifice all reflections you control. You can pay 4 to like copy 2 of your creatures to have them stick around for a couple turns and then they all die. However, if you got means of like sacrificing the Saga or bouncing it or whatever, then you basically get a couple of free copies that you get to keep. From the release notes, if you cast an adventure card as an adventurer, use only its alternative characteristics to determine whether it's legal to cast a spell. For example, if you control Johan and Questing Druid on top of your library, you can cast Seek the Beast, but not Questing Druid. Right. Yeah, so you can cast the adventure spells off of creatures from the top. Okay, yeah, so that still puts Johan as like a build around C+. So I kind of want to... I could see this card actually getting splashed in like black-red decks. making like the 2 copies and then bargaining out the saga or something and sacrificing it so that you get to keep your reflections and you don't need to sacrifice them afterwards. If you aren't able to do that or bounce that or somehow prevent chapter 3, this card is not good. It's not good enough. Because you need 2 different targets in order to copy. And it's not even like a short-term gain, because if you aren't able to get rid of it, you're going to go right back to like where you were before. You really got to capitalize when you have those reflections. It's asking a lot. I could see worlds where this actually is pretty impactful, but I think you need a lot of things to line up. Make that happy. Make that happen, though. Huh. Did you give it a build-around grade? I don't know if I would do that. It's cute. Man, I'm leaning like a D for this, which seems weird because like the effect is powerful. But say you had the means of bouncing or saccharine it or whatever. Yeah, it's maybe like a build around C. It's still not that great, even if you get it all to line up and work out. I don't think I'm into Apprentice's Folly. Which feels weird. It feels like it should be better than what it is. It looks like one of those cards that I think a lot of people are going to try to make it work. And then realize that's not worth the effort and give up on it. This is one of those cards where I'm like, I wonder if I could be proven wrong on this. You'd go straight D-. I wouldn't blame you for that. I'm giving it a little bit benefit of the doubt, just in case there are worlds where you can prevent Chapter 3, but I have no idea. It's a weird one. I'll stick with D. For now. Okay. That's all blue and red has. Yeah, once again, the blue and red rare doesn't exactly line up with like the blue and red signpost on common, but blue-red spells. Next, Greta, Sweet Tooth Scourge. 1 black-green for a legendary uncommon human warrior. She's a 3/3. And when she enters the battlefield, you create a food token. Okay, you get a 3/3 for 3 with a food token. You can pay a green, sacrifice a food, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, activate only as a sorcery. So she can't put it on herself. So you could make her into a 4-mana 4/4. Or you can pay 1 black, sacrifice a food, draw a card, and lose 1 life. I'm more in for that. I like how it's Greta instead of Gretel. And she's pissed. I would watch this show. It's like Hansel and Gretel. But she just has to murder a bunch of like snacks and treats. I would watch that. Candy Crush. You could put it on itself though. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the things that actually makes Greta a little bit better. Because she comes in with the food. Even if you like curve out with her on turn 3, pay 3 mana, get yourself 3/3. The next turn, you could pump her up to a 4/4 and just start getting in there. If you want to be aggressive with her. Or later on, if you need something better, you can just pay 1 black, sack that food to draw a card and lose a life. She's really good. I actually quite like Greta. So it looks like black-green is food. Yeah, they're not tap effects. The +1/+1 counter is sorcery speed, though. So you can't, like, do a cute combat trick with it. You do have to do it on your turn. But the draw card, you can do anytime. Greta looks great. I think B+ for Greta. I like her. And if you're generating a bunch of extra food, she can keep getting thicker, or you can keep getting cards. Yes. What's the theme of this set? It's fairy tales. Greta looks very good. B+. Greta art is A+, though. Agreed. We're just talking about that. Next up, Fawn's Bane Troll. 2 black green for a rare 4/4 troll. Not legendary. When he enters the battlefield, create a monster roll attached to it. Himself. Can't be anything else. So he actually comes in as a 5/5 trample for 4 mana. Fantastic. You can also pay 1, sacrifice an aura attached to Fawn's Bane Troll. Fawn's Bane Troll fights target creature you don't control. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Activate only as a sorcery. Damn. What is there not to love here? You have yourself a 5/5 trample for 4 mana. And if you need to, you can have him fight something as a 4/4 and exile the thing? Yeah, and he's curse proof because you can always sacrifice the curse off of him. It is a sorcery speed fight, which is whatever. But he seems extremely good. I don't know if it's quite hitting the A range though. Just because if he shows up, he's not going to insta win the game for you. He's a beater for sure. But he's not like a shows up insta win. I think he's also a B+. Not quite at the A. But again, baseline 4 mana 5/5 trample. Hell yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, B+ for Fawn's Bane Troll. Easily first pickable. Really happy taking that one. Alright, next up. Ash, Party Crasher. Is this the only red-white card? Is that right? Okay. She is red-white for a 2/2. With haste. Okay. Well, I guess that could be like the adventure boys. But whatever. She's a 2/2 with haste. And she has Celebration, which is another one of the new mechanics in the set. Whenever Ash attacks, if 2 or more non-land permanents enter the battlefield under your control this turn, she gets a +1/+1 counter. Oh, okay. Interesting. So 2/2 haste, red-white aggro / dump your hand. Because now the more creatures you put down, the more she actually gets in for quite a bit. That's actually really good. Okay, so if you get her on 2, a 2/2 haste on turn 2, excellent. And then on turn 3, you go like 2-drop and 1-drop. And then now she gets attack in as a 2/2 haste, becoming a 3/3. I feel like at some point you're gonna run out of cards. But even getting her that just 1 +1/+1 counter, bringing up to a 3/3 for so cheap is great. And then if you got any cards that make the roll auras, because you play the creature, and then it comes with a roll. The roll token is another non-land permanent entering the battlefield under your control this turn. I assume there's plenty of that in both red and white. So I feel like it should be pretty easier to get her to be at least a 3/3. Again, if you get her down on turn 2. Because she only gets the +1/+1 counter if she attacks. That's not when the permanents into the battlefield. She has to attack to get that counter. So keep that in mind. She's still pretty good. B. And finally, we got the green-blue cards, starting with the rare, the Goose Mother. Hank. X, green, blue. Because you got to have that stupid X Simic creature card. It's a rare Bird Hydra. It's a 2/2 flyer. The Goose Mother enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. And when it enters the battlefield, you create half X food tokens rounded up. Whenever the Goose Mother attacks, you may sacrifice a food. If you do, draw a card. It's good. You're pretty much happy playing this at any point in time of your life. This card honks. Ah, chat. So, I'd be happy just playing this out on as a 2/2 flyer on turn 2. And then if you got any other means of like getting food, then you can attack with the Goose Mother, the sack of food, and draw a card. Yeah, you on turn 2, 2/2 flying? Absolutely. Absolutely in for that. I think this is actually a card that's probably better to get down rather than trying to like hold off for so long that you can play it as something big. I mean, at 4 mana, it is a 4/4 flyer. Yeah, if you're playing, I imagine this is the case, but if you're playing green, you probably have a lot of ways of actually creating additional food. And if that's the case, it's better to get Goose Mother down early to start attacking and getting the extra food than waiting for her to get bigger. Because like the extra cards are going to end up being more beneficial for you than having one big thing that could get taken out by a single card. So keep that in mind. But yeah, this is a fantastic card. You can play it at any point in the game and it'll be good. I think it's an A. Yeah, Goose Mother's an A. Nodders? Yeah, I think the reason why it's an A is because it's good at any point in the game. Early on, late. Seems good. Goose Mother's an A. Next is the actual signpost uncommon. Troyan, the Gutsy Explorer. 1 green blue for an uncommon legendary Vidalcan Scout. He's a 1/3. And he has tap, add green and a blue. Spend this mana only to cast spells with mana value 5 or greater, or spells with X in their mana costs. And then also has blue, tap, draw a card, discard a card. So it's blue-green as ramp. But he's also like bigger ramp. So you can pay like your 5 mana value things are bigger. I don't know how many cards are in the set that have X in their mana costs. I don't know how much that's going to help. Yeah, this is a weird one because he's mana ramp, but he's only going to be mana ramp for a small amount of cards in your deck. Because when it comes to mana value 5 or greater cards in any draft deck or any limited deck, that's only going to be like what? 4 to 6? 7 cards, maybe? So he's not like outright ramp for all of those. If you happen to have one in your opening hand along with this guy, and then you're able to get one of your 5-6 mana cards down on turn 4, that's not bad. What makes me like him a little bit more is that he does also have the loot option. Like, he still has something to do, even when you can't use him to ramp. And he's very defensive. He seems fine. I would not go B. I would say C plus. Plus. The like the 1-3 loot part is great, and then every now and then you get to use them to ramp. But again, it's weird. Like it has to be situational ramp. It's all again. It's one of those things where he's only as good as the number of other mana value 5 or greater spells that's in your deck. And if you got too many of those, well then your deck could also be in trouble. That's also one of those things where like I don't know the speed of the set yet. So if it's like it's super aggressive, he could be really bad. But if it's slow paced enough, he'll be a little bit better. So that we'll have to wait to see. That's all. Thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. By the way, everyone, thank you so much for all the freaking birthday subs. I really appreciated that. I kind of decided what I'm going to do with all that support. I'm probably going to use that to fix my computer. Like, new motherboard, new RAM, new video card. Probably a new cooling unit. Just to be certain. I'm pretty sure everything else is still okay. But like, if I can all use that to like fix whatever the hell keeps making it hard lock. And then maybe I can actually like get some fucking work done. There are only 7 cards with X mana costs. Okay, that's good to know. There's not a whole lot. Cool. So, those are all the color pairs. We'll go to the others, like the artifacts and stuff later. So, of all of them, which ones do I think look the best? Raw power-wise alone, green-black looks super fucking good. I'm personally, I really want to play blue-white. And then blue-black is probably going to be good, but maybe like less flashy, less exciting, because it's basically just get all the fairies. But black-green looks super good. All right, so with all that in mind, everyone, you can go all the way back up to white. Start talking about all of them. Just a bit. I might need to make some more tea. This is helping. My throat feels better just drinking this. It's a rare set where green-black doesn't look good. I mean, there are times where green-black looks really good, but then isn't actually good. Like Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, green-black looked really good. Not good at all. Probably because, like, green was so bad. Yeah, original Eldraine black-green food was really good, too. I sound more normal compared to the start of the stream. Good. That's good. Yeah, maybe should I go make some more tea? I want to make some more tea. I should do that. I also haven't straight up drank tea in a long time. I forgot how much I enjoy tea. Oh, streamer, spill the tea. Oh my god, I got so much tea for you guys. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go make some tea. I'll be back in just a little bit. Alright, we're already an hour in. I've only done the gold colors, so I might need to pick up the speed a little bit. But we'll go off into white, so this is going to be broken down by mana cost. Starting off with Archon's Glory. It's a common. White for an instant. With Bargain, which is another new thing for this set. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If this spell was bargained, that creature also gains flying and lifelink until end of turn. Bargain is when you cast the spell, you can sacrifice an artifact, an enchantment, or any token. So, notably, it does not say creature. You cannot sacrifice creatures. But you can sacrifice creature tokens. So, like, those 1/1 rats, or any 1/1 humans, soldiers, knights, That would work. Reflections. And it also, but it also says you can sacrifice enchantments or tokens. You know what else is a token? Any of the roll cards, curse rolls, monster rolls, etc. That can also be bargained to it. So, base rate alone, white to give something +2/+2. Yeah, great. That sure is. And then every now and then you can bargain it if you really need to give it flying and lifelink. If you really got to swing things around, because giving something +2/+2 to like, especially the lifelink, that could do quite a bit. Bargain the Reflection Saga we did at Poggers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Archon's Glory. Solid. That is a white combat trick. Period. Yeah, that's fine. Like a C-. It's one of those cards where, like, you know, happy to run one, but you probably see that coming around like pick 13, 14, 15. Kind of low priority, but it will be good for any white deck. Next, Break the Spell. White, common instant. Destroy target enchantment. If a permanent you controlled or a token was destroyed this way, draw a card. I got a feeling enchantment removal is going to end up being kind of important. Because there are going to be a lot of enchantments. And if it's one of your own, or if it's a token was destroyed this way, draw a card. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so if you, for some reason, target one of your own things, one of your own enchantments, you get to draw a card. Or if you target an opponent's roll card, like one of their aura, monster auras, sorcerer auras, or whatever, that's one of their tokens. If you destroy that, you also get to draw a card. So really, the ideal way to cast this spell would be if you get the draw a card clause on it. Otherwise, it's pretty much a sideboard card. Would I main deck one in this set? Any other set, this would be a sideboard card. Maybe one at most. We'll have to see how it goes. It's going to be like a C- either way. I mean, this set has a lot of enchantments because of the auras alone. Yeah, it's only one. Yeah, I think you're probably okay just running at least one of these main deck. More on the sideboard wouldn't hurt. C- either way, but yeah. And again, ideally, if you can play this in such a way that you get the draw card clause off of it, that's money. All right. Next, the Cheeky House Mouse. This is the best boy ever. White creature mouse, uncommon. It's a 2/1. This mouse can go toe-to-toe with Savannah Lions. But more importantly, it has an adventure. Squeak by for white, a sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater this turn. And for those of you who don't know, adventures is a big thing in Eldraine, which is going to be on a lot of creatures, where basically you can cast a creature's adventure, which is for the most part an instant or sorcery spell, and then the card goes into exile. But then you can cast the creature side of it from exile, so you can like cast the adventure, and then cast the creature itself. So you can pay one, get something squeak by, then pay another white, and get yourself a cheeky house mouse. So cute. Pack of Lions equals a recruitment officer equals a mouse. Yeah. What's power creep? Love them. Same power as Ragavan. Got him. Yeah, I think you're gonna be happy playing this in any aggressive white deck. Yeah, just above rate has the adventure. I will go with B minus. Nothing higher than that because I don't want to. Because I feel like anything at B is something. If I see that card, I'm like, oh, white's open. I'm gonna play that. This may not quite be that strong of a signal, but it's still a solid card. B minus. Next. Slumbering Keep Guard. White for a 1/1 common human knight. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, scry 1. And you can pay 2 and a white. Slumbering Keep Guard gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each enchantment you control. That's not quite good enough. That's like a D+. This is a filler card. So the difference between a card like this guy versus I'm gonna have a hard time remembering the card names. There's like, I think it's in the Lord of the Rings one, where you can pay, was it like 4 mana and give all of your creatures +1/+1 until end of turn and tap it. There's a difference between being able to give all your creatures +1/+1 and him giving just himself +1/+1 for each enchantment. Scry turn 2 is pretty nutty. A turn 2 Scry, I would not call nutty. Scrying gets better the longer the game goes. Because like once you start getting like turn 6, 7 and you're scrying away lands, that is much more powerful and better than turn 2 scrying into anything. Because you already got a hand with stuff to play out. So Slumbering Keep Guard is just... Oh, you mean that you can scry from turn 2 on. Yeah. I see what you mean. But I'm looking more at his activated ability. And if you don't activate his ability, he's just a 1-mana 1/1. That's why he's got the plus. D+ for Slumbering Keep Guard. I don't think he's going to be quite good enough. Next, Armory Mice. More mice. 1 and a white for a common creature mouse. They're 3/1s? Oh, there's 3 of them and they're blind. Oh, wait. Or no. Or are these the Cinderella mice that cleans everything up? They have Celebration. Armory Mice gets +0/+2 as long as 2 or more non-land permanents enter the battlefield under your control this turn. 3 blind mice. See how they arm. Nice gauntlet they're carrying. I feel like I'm supposed to recognize the gauntlet, but I don't. Again, nothing else. That is a 1 and a white for a 3/1. Aggro decks, have at it. That's great. See? Yeah, I mean, if you manage to get to Bill attack in as a 3/3 for only 2 mana, great. Yep. Easy C for Armory Mice. Next is A Tale for the Ages. 1 and a white for a rare enchantment. Enchanted creatures you control get +2/+2. For only 2? So it's not quite a full-on Anthem effect, because your creatures do need to be enchanted in order to get the +2/+2. That is a cheap way to give multiple creatures +2/+2. Yeah. This has to be a build-around card, right? Because you need the rolls to make it worth. Yeah, I was thinking build-around B. I'm with you, villain. Yeah, exactly, Lucio. So if your opponent enchants one of your creature with like the cursed aura or whatever, it's a creature you control that's enchanted, so they would get the +2/+2. Does card have any set cards similar to Tranquility? Yeah, we've already seen enchantment removal cards. Yeah, build around B for Tale of the Ages. If you can enchant your boys to get the cheap +2/+2 effect. Definitely. Next. Cooped Up. 1 and a white For a common aura, enchant creature, enchanted creature can't attack or block. It's your pacifism. But also, even better, it has 2 and a white, exile enchanted creature. That actually is pretty handy. Because the pacifism on its own would not make this very exciting, because there are sacrifice outlets all throughout the set, like anything with bargain. But then if in an emergency, if you need to exile it for just a little bit extra mana, you can. Does it mean that enchanted creature or any enchanted creature? It means the creature that Cooped Up is played onto. If it said exile target enchanted creature, then it could be any enchanted creature. Yeah, it needs that target. There you go. Yeah, this is great. C+. It's your classic white pacifism effect with a little bit of upside with that exile effect. C+. Next is Frostbridge Guard. 1 white for an elemental soldier. Common. 2/2. It also has pay 2 and a white and tap him. Tap target creature. I think this is another C+. A 2/2 for 2 is exactly what he wanted it to be. But then being able to tap stuff when things get too big for him, that still makes him a great defender. You can do it at like opponent's end steps to set yourself up for attacks, or even like before the combat to make sure they can't get attacks in. Yeah, that's great. Frostbridge Guard is great. Another C+. This is a good white common. And then if you're playing the blue-white and have the tap down chaos, this is a guy that can help you like get those extra draw cards or whatever. Did you miss any Oko 2.0s? Thankfully, not yet. Thank God. Frostbridge Guard seems excellent. C+. Next is Glass Casket. This is a reprint from the last Eldraine set. 1 white for an uncommon artifact. When it enters the battlefield, exile a creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until Glass Casket leaves the battlefield. Yep. B-. Glasket. Oh, it's Neva in there, too. The lady that's having all the terrible dreams. Portable Hole. Not as cheap as Portable Hole. Glass Casket, B-. Just happy playing those. Hits anything with 3 mana or less. Just good. Nice. Moving on. Heartflame Duelist. Hey. There's an adventure. 1 white for a 3/1 rare human knight. That says instant and sorcery spells you control have lifelink, which means any spell you cast that deals damage, you gain life off of it. But more importantly, it has an adventure. Heartflame Slash. 2 and a red for an instant. Deal 3 damage to any target. This makes me so happy. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm just such a magic boomer. But seeing like a white card with an off-color spell attached to it, or off-color like ability on top of it, that stuff makes me happy. Yeah, this card's great. You have a 3/1 for 2, and then a 3 also has 2 and a red to deal something 3 damage, which is at instant speed, which is a little bit more than a lightning strike, but the fact that it's attached to a creature makes it excellent. Heartflame Duelist, fantastic. At least a B, might be a B+ because of the adventure. Yeah, in any deck that has the red to cast the adventure, it's a B+. But I'd be happy playing it as just a 2 mana 3/1 in any other white deck. But I'll assume if you got this, you're going to be playing red. B+. B+ for Heartflame Duelist. No curving into itself, so maybe they're avoiding that sort of adventure now. No, we've seen other adventures that are Just on rate. Next, Hopeful Vigil. 1 and a white for a common enchantment. When Hopeful Vigil enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 white knight creature token with vigilance. When Hopeful Vigil is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, scry 2. And you pay 2 and a white to sacrifice Hopeful Vigil. Okay, so this is a lot of text, but this is a 2-mana 2/2 vigilance. Great. And then you have this enchantment hanging around that you can use for bargaining later on. Yeah, this is a 2/2 with vigilance with a lot of upside there. I wouldn't go quite B. Because again, baseline, it's a 2-mana 2/2. All the other stuff is bonuses on top of it, like Scry later on. That doesn't quite put it into B range, but it is quite good. It's a C+. Again, try to think of the way I think of cards that are like B or greater is a card like if I'm drafting and it's like pick 5, 6, 7, and I see that card, my thought is, oh, that color's open, abandon what I was doing before and get into that lane. Yeah, if you bargain it, you get the scry, exactly. So, C+ for Hopeful Vigil. That's a solid one. Next, Kellen's Lightblades. 1 and a white for a common instant with bargain. Kellen's Lightblades deals 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If the spell was bargained, destroy that creature instead. Damn. Gideon's Reproach, is that you? Gideon's Reproach, I've come to bargain. That's great. Yeah. Easy C for Kellen's Lightblades. Maybe C+. Because like 1 and a white to deal 3 to an attacking or blocking creature is about what you expect, but you have the option of bargaining to make sure you destroy something larger. Makes it a little bit better later on. I'm usually not huge on these cards because again, it has to be an attacking or blocking creature. So you can't just like pop out anything before like they become too much trouble or whatever. But it's still good. C for Kellen's Lightblades. Next up, Plunge into Winter. 1 and a white for a common instant. Tap up to 1 target creature. Scry 1. Draw a card. Hey, how's it going there, leaf blower guy? I know, it's windy out. A lot of leaves came down. Can't have that. All right. So this is a this is a card that's this card has the biggest home in the blue-white deck. And then at worst comes to worst, if you have no target for it, you can just cantrip it away. Yeah, this seems fine. It's nothing crazy, but it seems fine. It's like a C- card. Again, blue-white decks will want them. This also looks like one of those cards that you can get late in the draft. Pick 12, 13, 14, 15. Easy. Next up, the Pollen Shield Hair. 1 and a white for a rare rabbit. He's a 2/2. Creature tokens you control get +1/+1. Early 2? But it also has the adventure Hair Raising. Green. Sorcery. Target creature you control gains vigilance and gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures you control. Oh my god, you're right. Is green-white just adorable? Go wide, adorable animals? Yeah, this is a 2-mana 2/2. If you have any creature tokens, they're also bigger. That's great. B. The sorcery's fine too. There's no like trample or anything on it, but if you make something thick enough, kind of force your opponent to lose some life or chump. I think it's a B for Pollen Shield here. Next, I think this is my favorite art in the whole set. Regal Bunnicorn. Look 'em. look 'em. He just wants to munch on some flowers. Want to pet it. Look at him. The Regal Bunnicorn. 1 and a white for a rare rabbit unicorn. The Regal Bunnicorn's power and toughness are equal to the number of non-land permanents you control. This card's great. For only 2? Scratch target belly. I would pay 3 and a white just to watch him go like this at a single patch of dirt right in front of him so he can nap there. This card is fantastic. This is a B+. I think you'll be surprised at how out of control something like this could get. Like between making tokens, making auras, like imagine having like 4 of the Vigil enchantment where you just make a 2/2 creature token and you got the 2 and the enchantment hanging around. Imagine having 4 of those plus Regal Bunnicorn. Regal Bunnicorn's going to get real big and adorable real fast. You would say it's undercosted? Exactly. That's what makes it so good. At only 2 mana, that is so good. Regal Bunnicorn's a B+. Oh yeah, food tokens also buff it. You're right. It counts food as well. So probably it's going to work really well in like the white-red aggro. Like drop as much stuff as you can. Or even like the green-white tokens. Go wide. I don't even know. But I love it. Regal Bunnicorn's a B+. And look 'em. Look 'em. I want to pet it. That fur looks so soft. Fantastic. Next. Return Triumphant. This is 1 and a white for a common sorcery. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a Young Hero Role token attached to it. The Young Hero Role is an aura token that says whenever this creature attacks, if its toughness is 3 or less, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't get a +1/+1 right away. The creature has to attack in order to get that first +1/+1 counter. A little less good. It is a way of getting 2 permanents onto the battlefield from your graveyard. Yeah, I'm a little less excited by this one. They had a card like this that was really similar in the Brothers War. It was really good in the Brothers War, but that could target creatures and artifacts. This one's a little bit narrow. It's also sorcery speed. Nah, this is more of a C- than a C+. I wouldn't be unhappy running 1 in the deck, but I don't think I'd want to play more. Because there'll be times where your opening hand can be awkward. Where you just don't have a... like this just ends up being a dead card in your hand for way too many turns. What are role tokens? Role tokens are enchantment aura tokens. They all have a different effect. For the most part, every single roll is basically enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and a thing. It's like +1/+1 scry 1, +1/+1 trample, +1 the whatever. The exception is there is a cursed role they actually want to put on an opponent's creature that makes them into a base 1/1. You frogify them. Cursed role, what is that? A streamer? I was not expected to be targeted like this. Just upsetting because you're not wrong. Yeah, C- for turn triumphant. Moving on. Shrouded Shepherd, 1 and a white for an uncommon Spirit Soldier. It's a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay, but it also has the adventure of Cleave Shadows, 1 and a black. Sorcery. Creatures you're an opponent's control get -1/-1 until end of turn. I don't hate that. I feel like there's going to be enough stuff that giving your opponent's creatures -1/-1 should be enough to at least get something. I wouldn't try to get too greedy with this. Like, this is not like a full-on Wrath effect or whatever. Like, if I could cast this and take out one of my opponent's cards and still cast the creature afterwards, I'd be happy with it. No, this looks solid. 2-minute 2/2 with this effect makes it at least a C. But I think the Cleave Shadow bumps up to a C+ for me. Happy belated birthday. Not belated. It actually is today. And if nothing else, imagine there could be scenarios where just casting this and shrinking all of your opponent's creatures does enable you for a solid attack to push damage in for any aggressive one. So it doesn't even have to necessarily take a card out. I think you should. But even just shrinking to get a big attack in is good. Next up, the Spellbook Vendor. 1 and a white for a rare human peasant. It's a 2/2 with vigilance. The beginning of combat on your turn, you may pay 1. When you do, create a sorcerer role token attached to target creature you control. Oh, word? A sorcerer role says the enchanted creature gets +1/+1, and whenever this creature attacks, scry 1? That's really good. So you could play the Spellbook Vendor on turn 3 and turn itself into a 3/3 right away. And if you have any other creatures, you can use that to give them that +1/+1. That's scry 1 on all of on any attackers. That's actually quite a bit. That's really good. And they don't even have to attack. You can just pay 1, make him a sorcerer, and then chill. That seems great. This is at least a B. It might be a B+. Oh yeah, if you do any kind of bargain stuff, that gives you a lot of things you can sacrifice to bargain.
Sweet.
She's at least a B. It could be a B+. But very good. Yo, Lil Hog with that Twitch Prime resub. Thank you so much. Good to see you, dude. Hope you've been doing well. Next. The Unassuming Mage. 1 and a white for a 2/2 common human peasant wizard. When the Unassuming Mage enters the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, create a sorcerer role token attached to it. You can, like, kicker it into a sorcerer. So at base, she's a 2/2 for 2. And then Turn 4 or later, you can make her into a 2/2 sorcerer that when attacks gets +1/+1. Scry's 1. This actually looks less good. I think I actually think I'm down quite a bit on this. Because if you play it, it's a 2-mana 2/2. And at turn 4, it's a 3/3. That's still pretty below rate. And by turn 4, chances are it can't attack in that well either way. Horizontal career movement from wizard to sorcerer. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this looks less exciting. It's like a C. It might be a C minus. Ooh, you're right. At 4 mana, it does do celebration. But again, that's like a 4 mana celebrate. You've been watching me play Magic for years, and you still barely understand anything here. Here's all you really need to know, Little Hog. You have those lands that you got to tap to play spells, right? This number up here in the upper right, that's how much you got to pay. Tap how many lands you got to tap to cast it. So 1 white plus 2 others. And then all you really need to know is this number down here. The left number is how much damage they do. And the right number is how much life they have before they die. Kill your opponent. They have 20 life. That is a overgeneralization, but if you start there, it helps. As unassuming mage, yeah, I'm gonna stick with like just a C on her. Let's go to C. Next, the Cursed Courtier, 2 and a white for an uncommon human noble. It's a 3/3 with lifelink, but when it enters the battlefield, you create a cursed roll token attached to it. So it's actually a 3-mana 1/1 lifelink. And if you ever destroy the cursed aura, then you have a 3/3 lifelink. Feels like a lot of extra steps just to get a 3/3 lifelink. To watch Numat the Nummy drafts back then. I still watch Numat the Nummy drafts. He's significantly better than I am. I'm not huge on the Cursed Courtier. Yeah, this is a 3-mana 3/3 lifelink with extra steps. This is like a C minus, maybe D plus. It does give you the cursed roll token, so if you know you got a lot of ways to like bargain the cursed roll off, especially at instant speed, then you can kind of like surprise your opponent that way. Or if you really need celebrations at 3 mana, that's actually not bad. I don't love it though. It reads like a C minus to me. I could be wrong. This might be one that I need to see and play first. Would be good if you can transfer the token to an opponent's creature. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that's the case, though. You like it? Yeah, I don't know. The lady who can give it sorcerer for 1 might do work with it then. Well, then you got a 3-mana 2/2 lifelink sorcerer, cursed sorcerer. It's still cursed. Yeah, like in my head, yeah, exactly. It's a lot of if to make it work. A lot of extra steps, a lot of extra cards. Is it only 1 roll? I thought you could have the cursed sorcerer cursed thing. Oh, it is only 1 roll. But only 1 roll of that type. Okay, I misunderstood that. 1 roll per player. I thought you said I could have 2 monsters earlier, though. 2 monster rolls. Am I mistaken on it? Oh, the card itself can only have 1 roll, not 1 roll type. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, it comes in curse, but then if you put a new roll on it, you can get rid of the curse. I follow you now. Okay. That's, hey, at your pre-release this weekend, heads up, people are going to screw that up. Yeah, so can't get double cursed, you can't get double sorcerer. Okay, I understand now. Jesus, alright. Got it. I will probably also screw that up. Good to know. So knowing that, do I like it more? Still no. C-. Moving on. Next up, the Discerning Financier. The Discerning Financier. 2 and a white for an uncommon human noble. That's a 2/3 at the beginning of your upkeep. If an opponent controls more lands than you, create a treasure token. You can also pay 2 and a white, choose another player, give them control of target treasure card, you draw a card. And tax attached to a creature is fascinating. A little bit more balanced because it's treasures. So this is one of those cards that is significantly better when you're on the draw. That is a good way to make sure your opponent usually has more lands out in play than you. So I believe the way this would work is that you can actually activate it. 2 and a white. Give them control of oh no, that would not work. Never mind. So you cannot you can't like activate it. Be like, you're gonna get control of target treasure, and then you sack the treasure in response. You don't get to draw a card anymore because your target is gone. So that would not work. Your opponent has to get the treasure for you to draw a card. This is going to be a card that's going to be cooler in Commander. I think in Limited, it's probably not going to work out as well as people hope it would. Again, it's definitely a card that's better on the draw. So if you got one, especially in your sealed pool, that's something you can certainly consider. Have it to sideboard in when you're on the draw. It's probably just a C. When adding a role, it always replaces the old one. You don't get to choose which to keep. That's also good to know, Chibi. Thank you. That's really good to know. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go see the Financier. It seems like a commander card. I don't... It's probably gonna be one of those cards that people are gonna try in drafts and then realize it may not be worth it. Moving on. Eerie Interference, 2 and a white for an uncommon instant. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to you and creatures you control this turn by creatures. One-sided fog? Is this good? Not really. This is like a D. It at least makes it so that it's just... It protects your creatures. It protects yourself from like an opponent attack or even like their blocks or whatever. It's not great, especially at 3 mana. It's a surprisingly high cost for it. Yeah, Eerie Interference is like a D. I feel like there will be moments where people try to play this as you get that gotcha. It's one of those cards that like people probably wouldn't really play around. But I would not be excited to have this in my deck. Next, Gallant Pie Wielder. This man's living his best life, and we could all only hope to be as fulfilled as he is someday. 2 and a white for a Dwarf Knight uncommon. 2/3 with a first strike. Yes, celebration. The Gallant Pie Wielder has double strike as long as 2 or more permanents enter the battlefield under your control this turn. Hell yeah. Two and white for 2/3 first strike is decent. And you just got the little bit of a bonus every now and then. Yeah. So he's a first strike defender and can be an easy double strike attacker. I like him. See. Next is Knight of Doves. 2 and a white for an uncommon human knight. That's a 1/3. Whenever enchantment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying. Man, if this was enchantment hitting the battlefield make a bird, I'd be all over it. But this has to be enchantment you control goes into a graveyard. Which makes it harder to get the birds. Nah, I'm down on this guy. It does count for rolls, yeah. But again, like, it has to go to the graveyard. That makes it pretty narrow. It reads like a C- to me. I wonder how many times people are going to like play this and make it find means of making it pop off and get a billion birds. It might even be a D+, frankly. I'll give it benefit of the doubt and say C-. Next, Moment of Valor. 2 and a white for a common instant. Choose 1. Untap target creature. It gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Or destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Okay. Kind of seen these cards before. They had a... I like that it's modular, so you can use it to like protect one of your creatures from like damage spells or combat, or you can make sure you're using it to destroy one of your opponent's bigger things. You usually end up casting this to destroy one of your opponent's bigger things, but this is also a solid card that you'd be fine putting into your deck. See. I had a dream last night that we would cross paths today. Dang. Must be a prophet. Could you send some of that profit my way? Money. I want money. Protective Parents. 2 and a white for a common human peasant. It's a 3/2. And it says, Protective Parents, make sure they know exactly where you're going at every single moment of the day, who you're hanging out with, and they ask you to call home every hour to make sure that you're safe. That's into that bit. All right. It's a 3/2. When the Protective Parents die, you create a young hero role token attached to up to 1 target creature you control. It's a 3/2 for 3. for the most part. Yeah. Yeah. I don't love the Young Hero roll. Of all, like, the roll cards you could possibly get, Young Hero is one of the less exciting ones. Decent for aggro decks, because then you, like, kind of want the parents to die, because you don't mind it, because then it just makes one of your other smaller aggro creatures a little bit better. Still. It looks like a filler card. D+. I think there are better white creatures you can get. Savior of the Sleeping. 2 and a white. For a common human knight, it's a 2/3 with Vigilance. Whenever an enchantment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Savior of the Sleeping. Okay, that's a little bit better. If you get even just 1/1/1 counter on it, be quite happy. That's a C. Yeah, C. If you never get the +1/+1 counter on it, 2/3 Vigilance is less tight. I don't hate it. Next. Solitary Sanctuary, 2 and a white for an uncommon enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls and puts a stun counter on it. Hell yeah. And whenever you tap an untapped creature an opponent controls, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Hell yeah. So 3 mana, tap an opponent's creature, get a +1/+1 counter on one of your guys. That is fine by itself. But this kind of gets a little bit of that build around, because if you have many more tap effects, this could pop off. So it's like this is like a build around C+. Next, Stockpiling Celebrant. 2 and a white for a common dwarf knight. It's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may return another target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. If you do, scry to. She's just stealing a chicken leg. Oh, this is a good food. I'm gonna save some of this for later. I didn't realize what was happening in the art until just now. Fantastic. So this is actually a means of getting rid of roll cards, because it is any non-land permanent. So you could like bounce a cursed roll card and you get to scry 2 on top of it. Which again, a lot of the times this is probably just going to be a 3 mana 3/2. Sometimes with like a little bit of upside. Not particularly exciting. Still C-. But it also has the bonus grade of mood. Right, Robia. So if your opponent curses one of your creatures, you don't control the cursed aura token itself. So you can't bounce a curse put on one of your creatures by your opponent. Next, Stroke of Midnight. Oh, that's me like 4 days a week. What? 2 and a white for an uncommon instant. Destroy target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a 1/1 white human creature token. That's okay. Hits anything. Them getting a 1/1 human, a little extra chump blocker is always kind of a bummer. But like, you could hit a lot of things with that. Anything, in fact. You can hit opponent's creatures, shrink them down. You can hit auras. You can hit enchantments. Yeah, them getting a 1/1 white human creature token is a bit of a bummer, but not so bad that it makes this unplayable. I could be happy playing one of these. This is like a C+. Morning, Ray Ray. The fact that it's instant speed makes this better. If it was not that, I would like this far less. C plus for Stroke of Midnight. That's about how I grade my strokes at midnight, too. Next. The Princess Takes Flight. Issaquah, 2 and a white. When it enters the battlefield, Chapter 1. Exile up to 1 target creature? Got him. Chapter 2. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn. Chapter 3. Oh, return the exiled card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Oh. I was gonna be like, this is the best card ever. Until I saw the return. I don't hate this though. This actually seems solid. So you can use this to take out one of your opponent's creatures for a couple of turns, allowing you to get some big attacks in. You also, I don't know if I'd be as tempted to target my own creatures with this. Because I wouldn't want to blink something and then have to wait 2 more turns for it. But, much like the red-blue saga we saw earlier, you can use this to exile one of your opponent's creatures. And then if you have a way of sacrificing or destroying this enchantment, well then, that exiled creature never comes back at Chapter 3. So, if you have bargain effects, there was that, what was that white card, Midnight's Kiss, or whatever it was, that allows you to destroy target enchantment, and if you control it, you draw a card. A little bit of combo there. Yeah, I think there's enough here that even if they're just gone for 2 turns, I'd be happy playing it. C plus for Princess Takes Flight. Again, I don't think targeting your own creature for the blink effect is correct. I think you almost always target your opponent's stuff. Even if it just like stalls them for 2 turns or opens up a window for you for a couple of turns. But yeah, and then the more ways you have destroying this by yourself using bargains or enchantment removal or whatever, the better. All right, C plus. Next is 3 Blind Mice, 2 and a white for a rare saga. Chapter 1, create a 1/1 white mouse creature token. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. Chapter 4, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. Hell yeah. You do indeed get all 3 blind mice. You don't have to copy your mouse token, because you could copy your roll tokens or any other tokens that you have. Not sure how many tokens are in white. Well, so far we've seen a couple of sources of making 2/2 Vigilant Knights tokens. And being able to create multiples of those isn't too bad. It is on the slow side. So the floor is you basically get 3 1/1s very slowly for 3 mana. Yeah. Not super stoked. Can you copy the enchant tokens? You can, yes. When you copy the enchant aura tokens, you then choose where that new aura goes. Yeah, it looks okay. I think it's at least a C. I don't think it's quite B level. I'm gonna go C though. Just for again keeping it the base. The floor is getting the 3 1/1s. C. Next, Werefox Bodyguard. This guy looks badass. 1 white for a rare Elf Fox Knight. 2/2 with flash. When he enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 other target non-fox creature until Werefox Bodyguard leaves the battlefield. And you can pay 1 and a white, sacrifice the Werefox Bodyguard to gain 2 life. This is excellent. This guy's really good. It says Bodyguard, but you don't have to target your own creature. When this pops in, you could take out one of your opponent's creatures with it. Yeah, then it goes from Werefox Bodyguard to Werefox Kidnapper. And at Flash? This is fantastic. I really like this. So if your opponent has a, say, a creature token, bop, got him. This, oh, super good. Yeah, and you can also use it. You can use it to target your own guy to protect them. Get around removal spells or wrath effects or whatever the heck. And then if something targets the bodyguard to kill him, you can always just sacrifice him anyway to gain the life plus your creature back. Dude, there's a lot of options for Werefox Bodyguard. B+. I think this is going to see constructed play. It reminds me a lot of Brutal Cathar. B+ for Werefox. Next up, the Woodland Acolyte. 2 and a white for a 2/2. When enters the battlefield, draw a card. Sick! But it also has an adventure green, Mend the Wild, and instant. Put target permanent card from your graveyard on top of your library. I like that a lot. I can't imagine a scenario in which any white deck would be unhappy playing this. And then if you like really need to get a specific card back, you pay the green, put the card on top, then you cast the Woodland Acolyte, and you just draw that card right away. Or if you don't need that, you just pay it out on turn 3 to get a 2/2 draw a card. That's fantastic. Yeah. B for Woodland Acolyte. I would put this in any white deck that doesn't have green mana in it. You're just going to be happy playing that card. What's my criteria for anything higher than a B+? It has to be a bomb. Like, when that card hits the battlefield, it basically says, if you don't answer this, I'm going to win the game. Again, think like Shieldred the Apocalypse. Meathook Massacre. Elish Norn. Or Oko. Yeah, Oko. Or Archon of the Wild Rose. 2 white, rare Archon. It's a 4/4 flyer. Other creatures you control that are enchanted by auras you control have base power and toughness 4/4 and have flying. This is an A. It's a 4-mana 4/4 flyer. Base stats alone, that is incredible. That is so powerful. And if you have any other enchanted creatures on your side of the battlefield, which chances are you probably will. Now they're 4/4 flyers as well, but also getting bigger. Super good. A for Archon of the Wild Rose. Besotted Knight, 3 and a white for a common human knight. It's a 3/3. But also has Betroth the Beast, white, sorcery. Create a Royal Roll token attached to target creature you control. The Royal Roll gives a creature +1/+1 and has Ward 1. And he's a 4-mana 3/3. He's fine. Oh no, he's a furry? Yeah, he knows what he's about. Tags, furry, vanilla. He's okay. 4 mana 3/3 is whatever, and the Royal Roll is an okay-ish upside. That's 5 mana total to get all of that, and that's not like a great rate, but not the worst. So does he like... he suck that fox dick, or... not stoked about him. It's like a C-. Not the worst thing to put in your deck, but I think you can do better. Darkon the Wild, what takes precedence over that 3/3 lifelink that has a curse roll you control? That's actually a good question. I believe the way it works is like if your lifelinker guy is out first and then you play the Archon, then he becomes a 4/4. I believe that's how it works. Someone might have to double check that for me. Pal, again, thank you. Good to see you again. Are you home yet? What's the deal? You are home. All right, good. Hope you had a good trip. Chat, go hang out with Lady Pelvic. Another fantastic YouTuber, good friend of mine. If you like RPG stuff, which if you hang out here with me, chances are you do, you should also be hanging out with Lady Pelvic. Oh, Pal, are you going to play Sea of Stars? Hell yeah. I'm also playing that. You and I will have to ruminate over Sea of Stars. Fantastic. Moving on. Next up. The Rhyme for a Reindeer. 3 and a white for a 3/4 common elk. Oh no. Freaking Oko intensifies. Whenever enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, tap target creature and opponent controls. That's okay. That's okay. C-. Not much more to say about that. Obviously, it works better in like the blue-white payoff deck, but I think you can get better enablers. The Twin Veil Guide, 3 to white for a common 2/3 flyer. And then Celebration has +1/+0 and lifelink. Feels a little below rate. 4 mana 2/3 flyer isn't great. Then you need to celebrate for even attacking as a 3/3. The lifelink part is kind of nice. It looks okay-ish. I wouldn't go higher than a C. I'm going to C. Your boyfriend lives in Port Townsend. That's not too far from my P.O. box. It's a little far. Kind of like a big body of ocean in between. Yeah. I think it's like a C for Twin Veil Guide, but it probably will end up playing out more like a C-. And that's only in aggressive decks that really want to play a lot of stuff and attack in. Next, Charmed Clothier. 4 to white for a common fairy advisor. It's a 3/3 flying. When it enters the battlefield, create a royal roll token attached to another target creature controlled. Okay, so the Charmed Clothier can't make herself a 4/4 flyer with Ward 1, which makes sense because that'd be really good. Yeah, that's another kind of below rate one. D plus for Charmed Clothier. Not great. Next, the Dutiful Griffin. Look at this good boy. 3 white for an uncommon Griffin. It's a 4/4 flyer. And you can pay 2 and a white, sacrifice any 2 enchantments to return the Dutiful Griffin from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah! There we go. That's pretty good. 5-mana 4/4 flyer, great rate. And then you also have a means of being able to get it back from your graveyard to your hand if you want to keep your flying beater. Solid. C+. Next up, Expel the Interlopers. 3 white at rare. Choose a number between 0 and 10. Destroy all creatures with power greater than or equal to the chosen number. So it's a board wipe. But you can kind of control how much it wipes. Destroy all creatures with power equal to or greater than. Okay. No, that's great. So if you're playing like a white aggro deck, you can expel the interlopers and blow up all your opponent's bigger stuff and keep your small babies. Or if you're hateful, you just pick 0 and kill everything. Yeah, that is a wrath effect that you have control over. That's an easy A. Good in control, good in aggro. A. Virtual of Loyalty. 3 white for a mythic enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Untap those creatures. Jesus. And it also has the... That's cool, an adventure on an enchantment. 1 and a white instant. Create a 2/2 white knight creature token with vigilance. Oh, this is really good too. Again, that base level, like you have yourself a 2/2 white knight at instant speed. And then later on, you just play this and make all your stuff bigger and give them pseudo vigilance. Yep, that's another A. Yeah, okay. Each color has a virtue enchantment. Oh, neat. And the final white card is Monstrous Cavalry. 5 white for a Mythic Spirit Knight. It's a 6/6 flyer. And when Moonshaker Cavalry enters the battlefield, creatures you control gain flying and get +X until end of turn, where X, the number of creatures you control. Here's the thing. Five white. That makes it rough. The win card or win more card. It is a difficult to cast card. If you're mono white, even if you're mono white, do you have enough white sources in order to cast it? Sure. It still costs 8. That is a lot. No haste, no trample. It has flying. Flying is good. This would be a good card that would work well with reanimation. Yeah, if you get it from the graveyard straight to the battlefield, because then you get all the effects right away and you get around that casting cost. That again takes setup, because you also have to find a way to get this into the graveyard in the first place. Which white doesn't have a whole lot of way of doing it on its own. Yeah. If you manage to get it to hit the battlefield in any capacity, it is a powerful card. But at 8 mana. and 3 white pips, that makes it nigh uncastable. It's not an F, because it is playable, because it is powerful. It's just being able to get that cast or even hit the battlefield takes effort. I'm just going to give it a C. And it's only because of its casting cost. Alright? Just because of that. Anything, like, if you, like, just put your thumb over the casting cost, the card's an A+. Take your thumb off and then realize what the casting cost is. Then you go, oh, right. It's like when you see a really nice boat and you love everything about it, and then you see the price tag at the end. I'm going to say C for Moonshaker Cavalry. I think the most ideal thing you can do in the world is get this from the graveyard to the battlefield. Which I assume if you're playing like Black-White, maybe you got ways of doing that. But this is not a card you like slam dunk, pack one, pick one, or first pick anywhere, and just throw in any white deck. Alright, that's it for white. We need to move on to blue. Blue is the Elusive Otter, who is adorable. Once again, we have more adorable. Ooh, I'm gonna timestamps. He's a 1/1 for 1 with prowess. Anytime you cast an instant, or whenever you cast a non-creature spell, he gets +1/+1 till end of turn. And it says creatures with power less than the Elusive Otter's power can't block it. But he also has Grave's Bounty. X and a green sorcery adventure. Distribute X +1/+1 counters among any number target creatures you control. That's adorable. The prowess part's a little weird when he has a green sorcery, because like you put this in a red-blue deck that's all about spells, this could pop off and get in for like a lot of unblockable damage. So the green sorcery part's a little weird. Then again, if you're playing green, like there's a lot of +1/+1 counters. I like them. B. I see myself playing him more in a red-blue deck than a red-green deck, or sorry, blue-green deck. I like them. B. Next is the Ingenious Prodigy. X and blue for a rare human wizard. It's a 0/1 with Skulk. Skulk says this creature can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Ingenious Prodigy enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. Oh, okay. At the beginning of your upkeep, if Ingenious Prodigy has one or more +1/+1 counters on it, you remove one of those counters. If you do, draw a card. That's cool. You can cast it early to have as just a blue for a 0/1 with Skulk. Or later on, you cast it for something a bit thicker. So at 2 and a blue, you get like a 2/3 Skulker. And you can start removing +1/+1 counters to draw a card on top of it. That's solid. Yeah, I like it. You basically start removing +1/+1 counters to make the Skulk better. I don't know how many, like, hit the opponent, do combat damage to an opponent, get effect cards they're going to be. Or I guess if you just get to the point where the Skulk is no longer worth it, you can just get the counters. Oh yeah, if you make it into a young hero, that way attacks, gets a +1/+1 counter, and then you start cashing those counters in for cards. Uh-huh. Looks fine. The Skulk is a weird part. Because it doesn't really have a reason to hit the opponent. Probably a B, I think. Yeah, you can use instants and sorceries from the top of the deck from adventures. Yeah. Thanks for double checking that, Eduardo. Yeah, so you can catch like the adventure spells off the top of the deck. Not the creature half off the top, but the adventure half, yes. B for Ingenious Prodigy. I'm curious if like the Skulk part will actually end up being relevant at any given time. Oh. Next, the Sleep Cursed Fairy. Probably gonna see a lot of fairies in blue because the blue-black is all about fairies. Blue for what? Sorry, blue for a rare fairy wizard. It's a 3/3 flying ward 2. Oh, it enters the battlefield tapped with 3 stun counters on it. But you can also pay 1 in a blue to untap the Sleep Cursed Fairy and remove a stun counter. Oh, okay. Huh. Huh. 3/3 flying ward 2 for blue? Are there ways to like... I mean, if you get it untapped, that is a cheap protected flyer. That's pretty powerful. But yeah, this essentially has Suspend 3. If you get this down on turn 1, it's not actually untapped until turn 5, unless you spend extra mana into it. Do I like this? I don't know if I like this. Yeah, like that's one of my thoughts. Imagine drawing it on turn 4, and then you gotta spend even more time. You have to wait even longer for it to untap. For 3 mana, it's a 3/3 defender. It's not though, because it enters the battlefield tapped. Yeah, so every time you pay 1 in the blue to untap it, it basically just removes one of the stun counters. Once you get to the point where you're past the stun counters, though, then you got like 1 in blue for like pseudo vigilance, but pay 2 to untap. But it has 3 stun counters. When you pay the 1 in blue to untap it, it just removes a stun counter instead. Yeah, that's funky. It seems like it's... I'm like down on this. Can't you flicker it? Well, if it leaves the battlefield, then comes back, it's going to re-enter the battlefield tapped with 3 stun counters on it. The stun counters go away on their own. So a stun counter is removed anytime the creature would be untapped. So during your untapped step, like at the beginning of your turn, 1 stun counter is taken off. Yeah, is this card a trap? The stun counters are not permanent now. I'm going to cautiously give it a B. Cautiously. Because as soon as it untaps and it's like there and flying, like a 3/3 flyer with Ward 2, it's very good. for only 1 mana. Actually, let me think of it this way. If you put 5 mana into it, the casting cost and activating it twice, I would pay 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer ward too. That's so weird. That's a weird one. Cautious B. I wonder how much this is going to end up being a trap, though. It's better. Like, the earlier you get it down, the better, though. Yeah, I'm not even saying like 5 mana in a single turn. It's like 5 mana over multiple turns. That's a weird one. I don't know. Cautious B. I gotta move on, because otherwise I'll be stuck in this card forever. I have to see how this one plays, because, man. Weird. Alright. Moving on. Sleight of hand. Blue. Sorcery. Common. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the other on the bottom of your library. Like a slightly better consider. This will be good for like the blue-red spells matters decks, but yeah, it's kind of fine. Like a C- for sleight of hand. Moving on. The Snare Master Sprite. Blue for a common fairy wizard. It's a 1/1 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2. When you do, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Hell yeah. I like that. 3 mana for 1/1 flyer. Tap a opponent's creature, or just have a 1 mana 1/1 flyer. Good. See? Gets that home in that blue-white deck. It's like a easy C+ in blue-white. And it also works well in blue-black. Yeah, this is going to be a good blue card. Next up, the Aquatic Alchemist. The Water Elemental. 1 in a blue for a common elemental. He's a 1/3. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, Aquatic Alchemist gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So it's not quite like a Spellgorger Weird or whatever the heck they were called. Because it only gets that activation once. But it also has Bubble Up, 2 in a blue, Sorcery Adventure. Put target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. Friend-shaped? He's very friend-shaped. I think he's bad, though. I was actually like gonna get really excited for it because I saw the +2/+0, but it only works on the first spell you cast for that turn, not each. If it was each, he could be a beater. But because he doesn't that, he maxes out at being a 3/3. I think Aquatic Alchemist is a D. Not into him. D. Next, Bitter Chill. 1 in a blue for an uncommon enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When Bitter Chill enters the battlefield, tap target creature. Enchanted creature does not untap during its controller's untap step. When Bitter Chill is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you may pay 1. If you do, scry 1, then draw a card. That's neat. It kind of has like a, like your blue sleep effect, but it has like an extra clause in there in case for some reason your opponent sacrifices the creature, bounces it, or destroys your aura. You can always pay the 1 to scry and draw a card off of it. That's very good. C+. On the same rate as the pacifism from white. C+. Disdainful Stroke, got a reprint. Cool. In the right deck, it's an easy C. Or if you're on a sideboard and if you know your opponent's playing a lot of big stuff, you can bring that Disdainful Stroke in. See, it's a Disdainful Stroke. Yep. Okay, moving on. The Extraordinary Journey. XX blue for a rare enchantment. When the Extraordinary Journey enters the battlefield, exile up to X target creatures. So bare minimum 4 mana, or if you pay 6 mana, you get 2 of them. For each of those cards, its owner may play it for as long as it remains exiled. Whenever one or more non-token creatures enter the battlefield, if one or more of them entered from exile or was cast from exile, you draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this actually works with adventure cards. Or adventure creatures. Because if you cast an adventure, it puts the creature in exile, and then you cast that creature, it comes in from exile, and you draw a card off of it. You just get to draw an extra card off of it? Kind of neat. Yeah, if you have adventures in your deck to support this, I would be happy just playing this out on turn 2 for blue. And just get extra draws off all of my adventure creatures. It's interesting that at 4 mana, it allows you to exile 1 target creature. And you can hit your own. Especially if it has an adventure. Or if you want to... Basically, if you target your opponent's stuff, they get bounced. I like it. I'm in for it. B-. I think that it has a little bit of a build around to it because it gets so much better once you get the adventure creatures. But B-. The opponent can't cast the creatures on your turn, can they? No, Zarth. It's still the same normal rules. Like you can only cast that creature. You only cast the creature on their own turn before or after combat. But if you exile one of their creatures that has like an instant speed sorcery, they could cast the adventure half. Yeah, B- for Extraordinary Journey. Next, Freeze in Place. 1 in blue for a common sorcery. Tap target creature and opponent controls and put 3 stun counters on it. Scry 2. That's a lot of stun counters. Again, that blue-white, this is the best common? No. I would not put this at the best common. Was that pacifism uncommon? No, this is uncommon. So far, the best common we've seen so far is probably the Snare Master Sprite. Freeze in Place. Really, it's still just... the sorcery speed kind of kills it. So you can't get, like... extra cheeky with like the stun counters and hit like your opponent at their end step or whatever, or before combat. Makes it a little bit worse. It's a D card, but I see myself wanting to play these in my blue-white decks that has the payoffs for tapping my opponent's creatures. Next, Gadwick's First Duel Saga. 1 in a blue uncommon. Chapter 1. Create a cursed world token attached to up to 1 target creature. But it doesn't have to be your own. It could be any. You just curse someone. Chapter 2. Scry 2. Okay. Chapter 3. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell with mana value of 3 or less this turn, you may copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Not bad. In a world in which you don't have a cheap instant or sorcery, you basically got 2 mana to make something of your opponents into a 1/1. Try to. That's fine. That's a C. The C plus? I'll C plus it. Yeah, C plus it. If you're in blue, chances are you're going to have cheap instants or sorcery. C plus for that one. I like it. Next up. The Living Lantern. 1 in a blue for an artifact creature. He's common. He's a 0/4. But he also has pay 1, sacrifice him, draw a card. Create a sorcerer role token attached to up to 1 other target creature you control. Oh my god, it's one of the Sorcerer's Apprentice's things. Oh, sorry, Living Lectern. I said Lantern. It's a Lectern. Different. It holds books. It's a guy. It's a, I mean, it's a butt early on if you need the chumps. That's not great. I don't hate it, but he's not great. It's like a D. Basically, would you like pay 3 mana at sorcery speed to give one of your creatures a sorcerer roll draw card? Living Lectern's like a D. Arya, thank you for the resub. Next up is the Picklock Prankster. 1 in a blue. For an uncommon fairy rogue. Now you're speaking my language. He's a 1/3 flying vigilance. Tight. And it also has Fee the Fae, 1 in blue instant. Mill 4 cards. Then put an instant sorcery or fairy card from among the milled cards into your hand. Oh, I thought I was going to go on top, but nope. You go into your hand. I like it. I actually like that quite a bit. So like in a blue-red spells deck, you're getting an instant or sorceries off of it. Or if you're in a fairy deck, you're getting an extra fairy on top of it. Or if you need it early on, you got a 1/3 flying vigilance, which makes it a great target for getting rolls on it. Picklock Prankster is good. Not quite B+ level. It's like a B. Lean B-, but I'm going to say B. Just because I can see a lot of ways in which you make it better, especially if you give it rolls. Next, Spell Stutter. That art's cool. 1 in a blue for common instant. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2 plus an additional 1 for each fairy you control. It's Quench, but with the fairy clause on it. Oh, not even. It's like not even Quench. What was the... Hold on. Make Disappear from Streets of New Capenna. And that actually ended up being pretty good. It's obviously better in a fairy deck, but I also, for only a 2 mana, this could also be really good in a non-fairy deck too. C+ for Spell Stutter. It's pretty cheap. Yeah, C+. Next is the Stormkeld Prowler. 1 in a blue for a common human rogue. She's a 2/1. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, put 2 +1/+1 counters on Stormkeld Prowler. Fascinating. Not amazing, but fascinating. So, like, early on, you have a 2 mana 2/1. And if she sticks around to the late game, she starts getting thick. Neat. That's not bad. She's a C-. The one toughness stops her from being awesome. If she was like even like a 2 mana 2/2 that gets thicker later, I'd be all over it. But the 1 toughness makes it a little bit weaker. So C- for Stormkeld Prowler though. That's a cool card. Next, Water Wings. 1 in a blue for a common instant. Until end of turn, target creature you control has base power and toughness 4/4 and gains flying and gains hexproof. For only 2? Okay. Wouldn't be unhappy playing it, but I think there are better options. We've seen certain sets where like effects like this actually end up being really, really good. Like the dreadful as the storm or whatever in Lord of the Rings actually ended up being really good. But that's because it has like the ring tempting clause on top of it, and this one doesn't have anything like that. Yeah, it's a blue combat trick. That's decent. D+. Diminisher Witch. 2 and a blue for a common human warlock. She's a 3/2 with bargain. When she enters the battlefield, if it was bargained, create a cursed roll token attached to target creature an opponent controls. That I like. Bargain away an artifact, enchantment, or token, and you can make one of your opponent's things into a 1/1. It is in blue, which means it's going to need help. Blue does not have a lot of enchantment or token creation. It's blue-green, you have food. You can ditch food to shrink something. For the Prowler, is mana value different than from mana cost? Like if he has an X spell? Yeah, like the mana value, if it says like target a creature with mana value like 3 or less. If the Prowler's casting cost is like X and a green, well, its converted mana cost or mana value is only green. So it can be targeted. But on the stack, if someone casts like paid 4 for X, so it's a 4 and a green, then it can get Disdainful Stroked. I hope I explained that properly. It made sense in my head. Diminisher Witch. She's not great on her own. Otherwise, it's just like a 3-mana 3/2. It's one of those things where, yeah, I feel like depending on the blue support color, if you have food that you can sacrifice, or other cursed rolls or something, I'd play it. On her own, she's less great. And I feel like she actually might be... I don't know if she necessarily has a home. Any of like the blue archetypes. Like blue-red spells, blue-green ramp. Blue-white tappy, blue-black. Berries. Yeah. Yeah, actually, all that considered, Diminisher Witch doesn't really have a home anywhere. That brings her to like a D, maybe D+. Yeah. I'm gonna go D for Diminisher Witch. Can she get rid of stun tokens? She cannot now. No. D for Diminisher Witch. That's pretty filler. Next is the Frolicking Familiar, though. Look at this handsome man. 2 and a blue for an Otter Wizard, an uncommon. And he flies? 2/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Frolicking Familiar gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So like narrower prowess. But he also has Blow Off Steam for a single red. Deal 1 damage to any target. Hell yeah. No, that's great. I like Frolicking Familiar quite a bit. My boy's a B. That 1 point of damage can really change combat, especially post-combat after you've done blocks or your opponent has done blocks. Just to finish something off. And then every now and then, maybe just ping your opponent in the face for 1. I like them. B. Next is Ice Out. 1 blue blue for an instant counter target spell, but it also has Bargain. This spell costs 1 less to cast if it's Bargain. So if you bargain it, it is just straight up counter spell. Otherwise, if you don't bargain it, it's cancel. I don't hate that. Worse, Make Disappear? That's not even the same category as Make Disappear. Because this is outright cancels it, not just cancel, counter unless they pay more. This just says cancel. It does help set up your bargaining if you need that for anything in blue. So it's a little flexible. It's like a C- for Ice Out. I would prefer the Make Disappear variant, which I already forgot the name of it. Spell Stutter. I think I like Spell Stutter more. Because it's only 1 in a blue versus 1 blue blue. Yeah, if it was 2 in a blue, it'd be much better and easier to cast. But 1 blue blue makes it slightly narrower. C- for Ice Out. Next is the Ice Rot Sentry. 2 in a blue for an uncommon 2/3 Vigilance. When the Ice Rot Sentry attacks, you may pay 1 in a blue. When you do, tap target creature an opponent controls. Okay. And then whenever you tap an untapped creature an opponent controls, Ice Rot Sentry gets +2/+1 until end of turn. And he's got Vigilance. And you don't have to tap him to activate him? Right? That's fine. So basically, you want him in your white-blue deck, and like that's about it. In your white-blue deck, that's an enabler. And then he gets to beat in as a 4/4 Vigilance. This is an easy C. But again, he's a C in like the blue-white icy tap down decks. He doesn't really belong in any other blue archetype, so don't just grab him for any old blue deck. I heard of Duel Masters. I've never played it or really know anything about it. Next. Merfolk Coralsmith, 2 in a blue for a common Merfolk. She's a 2/3. You can pay 1. She gets +1/-1 until end of turn. And then when she dies, you get to scry 2. I usually end up liking cards like this, where you can like increase the power but decrease the toughness. So if she attacks and gets unblocked, you can pick in a couple extra damage, or if you need to block something bigger, you get to pick in a couple extra damage. And the scry 2 is just like a bonus. C for Merfolk Coralsmith. Fine. The Mocking Sprite. The Mocking Sprite. Gotta say it correctly. 2 in a blue for a common 2/1 fire. Flying. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Hey. Look at me, everyone. I'm a high fae. Must be doing important high fae things. Me. Gets ottered. True. I still like it. I don't think it's quite B- range. I'm gonna give C+. I don't think you necessarily need. So this is a card that, compared to like the Ice Rot Sentry, almost any blue deck will be happy with Mocking Sprite. Like that is a pretty cheap flyer. Does it work best in blue-red spells? Probably. But also, like if you're playing blue, you're still gonna have instants and sorceries that you're making 1 less to cast. It's a fairy, so it's also good in blue-black. Yeah, that's just a good blue card. That's probably one of the better blue commons I've seen so far. C+. Next, Quick Study. Oh, I've seen this on Twitter. 2 in a blue, instant speed, draw 2 cards. Divination. No. Not like this. Not like this. This is a strictly better divination. The instant speed makes that massive. C+. There's not even much more to say about it. Next up, Succumb to the Cold. Tune a blue for an uncommon instant. Tap 1 or 2 target creatures and opponent controls. Put a stun counter on each of them. So it doesn't need at least a counter. It is instant speed, so you can't hit stuff after combat or pre-combat or whatever. Yeah, this is like a C-. These spells that tap and stun, again, the difference on these of sorcery versus instant is huge, because at sorcery speed, like we pass back to your opponent and they get to remove at least one stun counter right away. Versus instant speed, and be able to hit them on your opponent's turn after their untap step and before combat and all that is huge. So it's still not massively awesome, but I like this more than the 1 in blue tap single creature for 3 stun counters. So C-. Next, Talion's Messenger. Tune a blue for a rare fairy. She's a 1/3 flyer. Whenever you attack with one or more fairies, draw a card, then discard a card. When you discard a card this way, put a +1/+1 counter on target fairy you control. So it's like a fairy lord. Hold on, sorry. So she does not have to attack to get the loot effect. Any of your fairies can attack. And you get to put the +1/+1 counter on anyone else? A-. Are you kidding me? And it's not once per turn. Well, it says whenever you attack with 1 or more fairies. So attacking with multiple fairies will not trigger it multiple times. This is an A-. Obviously, it has the biggest home in the fairies deck. But if you're playing blue, so far, a lot of the best blue cards have been fairies, so you're probably going to have multiple fairies anyway. So imagine having any of the spell stutter, or the spell snare fairy, what the fuck it's named, the blue 1/1 flyer. Having that down on turn 1, get this down on turn 3, you attack with that. If you make that one into a 2/2 right away, great. If you make this into a 2/4 flying right away, also great. And you get a loot effect. All of this is great. Talion's Messenger is excellent. A-. And you get to spread the +1/+1 counters around. So even if your opponent tries to like destroy in response or like make you lose out, you're like keeping that value. Yeah, E-. I like Talion's Messenger a lot. Agri the Horse, thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next is Tenacious Tome Seeker. Tune a blue for an uncommon human knight. It's a 3/2 with bargain. When enters the battlefield, if it was bargained, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. I always like these more when they go back to your hand. Top of your deck, fine, but back into your hand, much better. It's either a C or C+. I'm gonna go C+. Yeah, bargain is a new thing for this set. Next up, Asinine Antics. 2 blue for a mythic sorcery. You may cast Asinine Antics as though it had flash if you pay 2 more to cast it. Okay, so you can also cast it at 6 mana at instant speed. For each creature your opponents control, create a cursed roll token attached to that creature. Oh, Lord. Turn all of your opponent's creatures into 1/1s at sorcery or instant speed, depending on how you're feeling that day. Oh man, and if you did that at instant speed, you could like really screw up opponent's combat. A minus. That's really cool. You could also try to be cheeky and do this like post combat, so that your opponent's creatures already has a bunch of damage on them, and then you shrink them so that they die. A minus for Asinine Antics. Seems very good. Chancellor of Tales, 3 and a blue for an uncommon. Fairy Advisor, 2/3 flyer. Whenever you cast an adventure spell, oh no, you may copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. So this is hold on, let me think. Was it Lucky Clover that copied it? Edgewell Innkeeper drew the card, right? Lucky Clover copied it? Yeah. So this is Lucky Clover attached to a body. Frick, dude. 2/3 flyer for 4 mana. Not great. This is like a like a build around E minus. The build around being you need adventures to make this worth it, because if you don't have the adventures, this is an understated expensive creature. So if your deck has how many adventures do I want? Like 10 adventures or more? That's like a lot. Maybe like 7 or 8. Seems good. But without that, yeah, if you get the adventures, it'll pay off. Otherwise, no. So build around. What'd I say? B minus? Yeah, build around B minus. Next is the Farsight Ritual. 2 blue for a rare instant. Bargain. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. If this spell is bargain, look at the top 8 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Oh, so it's like a... Oh my god, I can remember. Oh. Thanks, Mama. Memory Deluge. Yeah, thank you. I had like Deluge, and I couldn't remember the other half of it. Memory Deluge. Looking at 8 cards, that's a lot of cards. That's like a third of your deck. That's fine. C+. Yeah, C+. Next, Galvanic Giant. Green and blue for an uncommon giant wizard. She's a 3/3 for 4 mana. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun on it. But it also has Storm Reading, 5 blue for an instant adventure. Draw 4 cards, then discard 2 cards. Usually the giant part is the more expensive one. So on curve, it's a 4 mana 3/3. That's starting at turn 5. It starts stunning stuff. Oh, she's holding like a billion kites. That's funny art. And then, for some reason, the game goes super long. Draw 4, discard 2 at instant, and you get a giant afterwards anyway. I like her. Looks like a B minus. But I think this card's going to be even better in sealed. B- for Galvanic Giant. Next, Johan's Stopgap. 3 in a blue for a common sorcery. Bargain. This spell costs 2 less to cast if it was Bargain. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card. His face. I wish this wasn't sorcery speed, because otherwise I like these kind of effects. It reminds me of the blink of an eye. It looks like he's making a YouTube thumbnail. First off, how dare you? I take offense to that. Second, correct. It's like a slightly less good blink of an eye because it is sorcery speed. But you get to draw a card off the top of it, so you can use that to like bounce one of your own guys back, or you can use it to mess with your opponent's stuff. It's fine. C. Just a solid C for that. If it was instant speed, it would be C+, but otherwise C. Next, Misleading Motes. 3 in a blue for a common instant. Target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Looks like a goofy version of Homelander, a little bit. Probably another C for Misleading Motes. Yeah, I actually always kind of like these effects, because either tempo play your opponent, or they just lose them outright. C. And it's instant speed, which helps it. Next is the Splashy Spellcaster. 3 in a blue for a uncommon elemental wizard. That's cool. It's like a water elemental wizard, even with a hat. 2/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a sorcerer role token attached to one other target creature you control. I wish it could target itself. If it could target itself, it'd be awesome. 4 mana 2/4, you make your other creatures into sorcerers, which gives them +1/+1, and they attack with a scry. This kind of seems okay. 4 mana 2/4. Looks like a C to me. I wish it could target itself. If it could target itself, this would be like a B-. But without that, I think it's a C. Yeah, C for Splashy Spellcaster. Red, Bind, Click. 3 in a blue. For an uncommon fairy, it's a 3/3 flyer. Okay, at 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. But it also has Rip the Seams. 2 in a white, instant, destroy target tapped creature. Tight. 4 mana, 3/3 flyer is solid. And then every now and then, you can also just use it to destroy a tapped creature. I like them. B-. I don't think I have much more to say. I think this is one of those cards I wouldn't try to hold on to the adventure for too long, because sometimes your opponent just won't attack or things, so you gotta play it out. Twinning Twins. 2 blue for a rare fairy wizard. It's a 4/4 flying vigilance ward 1. And also has the adventure Swift Spiral, 1 in a white at instant. Exile target non-token creature. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning. Next end step. Is this strictly better Sarah Angel? Strictly better Sarah Angel. A? The ward 1 is huge. Yeah, I'd 4 mana 4/4 flying vigilance ward 1. Yeah, A. My god. A for Twinning Twins. Love that. Even though it's a fairy, like, I think you kind of want this in any of your blue decks. Very good. Next, Vantress Transmuter. 3 in a blue for a common human wizard. It's a 3/4. But also has 1 in a blue sorcery. Croaking Curse. Tap target creature. Create a cursed roll token attached to it. Oh, that's interesting. So you get the tap effect but then you also curse him down into a 1/1. Sorcery speed. Keep that in mind. And then after that, he's just a vanilla 3/4. That's fine. C-. Yeah. Into the Fey Court. 3 blue for common sorcery. Draw 3 cards. Create a 1/1 blue fairy token creature with flying. And this creature can block only creatures with flying. 5 mana, draw 3, but with a 1/1 flying attached to it. You can only block other flyers, which is a little bit of a bummer. But it's like Jace's Scrutiny that at least comes with the creature. See. Yeah, see. If the creature could block anything, it'd be fantastic. Because then you got protection as you draw a bunch of cards and tap out. Otherwise, on its own, it's a C. Obira's Attendance, 4 and a blue for a common fairy wizard. 3/4 flyer. Sure, but it also has Desperate Parry as an adventure. 1 and blue, instant. Target creature gets -4, -0 until end of turn. Looks like another C-. Yeah, C-. I actually like the -4, -0 can actually be really good, especially for getting into combat. So you can do something with this early on, and then later on it's just a thick flyer. C-. All right, getting towards the end of blue here. Virtue of Knowledge. Here's the blue virtue. 4 and a blue for a mythic enchantment. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. And the adventure attached to it is Vantress Visions. 1 and a blue, instant. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Well, the adventure is a little tough because that's an extra 2 mana on top of anything else, which could happen. I wonder if by that point it's just better to play this outright. It doesn't really do anything right when it shows up. What was the creature from Phyrexia that did this? Was that the Elesh Norn that did it? Hi, Tales of Passion. It was Norn? Alright, I was right. Hooray. Okay, hear me out. And if anyone disagrees, I'm willing to listen. Virtue of Knowledge. F. This looks unplayable to me. Like, that's a lot of extra mana just to be able to use the adventure part on top of whatever else you're casting. And then at 5 mana, like, you're paying 5 mana to not do anything with it right away. Yeah, Panharmonicon was only 4. This is 5? I think this is an F. And Constructed? I don't even know about Constructed. Commander, maybe. F for Virtue of Knowledge. First F of the day. Goes to a blue card. Archive Dragon. 4 blue for an uncommon dragon wizard. It's a 4/6 flying with Ward 2 when it enters the battlefield. Scry 2? So he dies to Crawworm. Okay. That's important. That is a thick, expensive flyer. The Ward 2 is kind of cool, too, because then it helps protect your expensive investment. Fine. See? Is this a new set? Or is this an old set? No, this is a new set coming out next week. Looks like a C to me. Like, he's very thick. And, like, if you need a top end, he's great. Basically a vanilla 4/6 for 6. I wouldn't say basically a vanilla, because the Ward 2 and Scry 2 is good. Because at 6 mana, by the time you have 6 mana, that Scry 2 is huge. Like, that's pretty impactful. And the Ward 2 helps protect them to help make sure, like, you're not getting, your opponent's not going to get a mana advantage against you if they remove it. That's this is a fine top end. C for Archive Dragon. Balluna's Gatekeeper, 5 blue for a common giant soldier. She's a 6/5, but also has entry denied. 1 of a blue sorcery. Return target creature you don't control with mana value 3 or less to its owner's hand. Okay, so he has a sorcery speed bounce one of your opponent's cheap creatures, and later on, that is a 6/5. Sure. I think I like this more than the Archive Dragon, just because of the adventure attached to it. C+? Yeah, C+. Alright, final blue card. Horned Lockwhale. 4 blue for a rare whale. It's a 6/6 with flash. Ward 2, when it enters the battlefield. Oh, it enters the battlefield tapped unless it's your turn. That seems fine. That seems fine. It also has Lagoon Breach, 1 in blue instant. The owner of target attacking creature you don't control puts it on top or bottom of their library. That looks great. That looks really good. It's either a block or it has haste. Well, it doesn't block, because if you flash this into a block, it's tapped. This is still very good. And it has the Green Breach on top of it, makes it so you can do something early on to tempo play out your opponent. I like it. B+. If it came into play like untapped, it'd be like bomb level. But like that flash 6/6 with Ward 2. Yeah. B+ for Horned Lockwhale. I mean, for the most part, Mikio, I think the best way to play this out is you cast it at your opponent's end step. Because then they weren't even prepared for it. And then you get to untap, get all your mana back, and you've got this 6/6 Ward 2 that you can suddenly attack your opponent with. I see what you're saying, though. I guess there will be times where if your opponent is just like completely drained, casting this out as a 6/6 haste could also be huge. Using the adventure makes the flash kind of meaningless. Yeah, I agree. That's if you cast that early. If you don't do that, then this is still a surprise. Again, it's kind of modular like that. And if you do cast out the adventure first and your opponent just knows it's there, that's why you bring it out, you know, towards their end step. It's still very good. All right, that's it for blue. Move on to black. I'm trying to average out to be like an hour on each one of the colors. Doing my best here. Ego Drain. Black. Sorcery uncommon. Target opponent reveals their hand. Choose a non-land card from it. That player discards a card. If you don't control a fairy, exile a card from your hand. Oh, yeah, this is Thoughtseize. Worse Duress? Arguably stronger than Duress, because Duress can only hit non-creature spells. This hits any non-land card. This is Thoughtseize. Yeah, if you control one fairy, this is just a better Thoughtseize. Because then you don't have to, you don't ping yourself for any kind of damage. But, that said, let's operate under the assumption you have no fairies. You basically 2-for-1 yourself. Huh. Or if it's like, if it's the last card in your hand and you have no fairy, then you don't miss out on much. Wonder if it has modern play implications? I have no idea. Yeah, so you either have a fairy before you cast this card, or have nothing in your hand. Because otherwise, 2-for-1ing for yourself is rough. If you have like one fairy or enough fairies to pop this off, though, probably C+. I'll go with that. If you're playing blue-black fairies, C+. Otherwise, careful. Next up, Fairy Dream Thief. Black for a 1/1 flying fairy warlock. Uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, ooh, surveil one? 2 black, exile Fairy Dream Thief from your graveyard. You draw a card and you lose 1 life. I like these kinds of cards. This gives you something early on that you can start pinging in for damage. This also gives you a really good roll target because it allows you to suddenly have like a 1-mana 2/2 flyer off of any roll. Get that surveil. And then whenever it dies, you just exile from the graveyard to draw a card and lose a life. I like cards like this. I'm a fan of this one. It's not quite like a B or anything, but I like it. C+ for Fairy Dream Thief. Yeah, use it to chump later on. Plus. Alright, Fairy Fencing. X, black, for an uncommon instant. Target creature gets -X until end of turn. That creature gets an additional -3/-3 until end of turn if you controlled a fairy as you cast this spell. Woo! Hell yeah. So if you have one fairy, you can give something like -4/-4 for 2 mana. Or -3/-3 for 1 mana at instant speed. Goddamn. That's quite good. And if you have no fairies, it's still pretty good. That's efficient. B-. It's like was it Black Sun's Twilight? Was the other like X black give something -? If you have no fairies, you probably won't want this in your deck. I would absolutely still play this in my deck if I don't have any fairies. You still want it. It's modular, so you can play it for cheap to remove something early, or if in the late game you can dump mana into it to remove something bigger. Still worth it if you don't have fairies. Way stronger with fairies, but still good on its own. B-. Hopeless Nightmare. Oh, it's called being a content creator. Black, common enchantment. Hopeless Nightmare enters the battlefield. Each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. And Hopeless Nightmare is put into a graveyard from the battlefield. Scry 2, 2 black, sacrifice Hopeless Nightmare. So it's not like a Mind Rot or anything. Just black to make your opponent discard a card and lose 2 life is fine enough on its own. And then you got like your, we kind of talked about earlier in like white. This is like another bargain target. Does every color have this? I don't think it does. Blue didn't have an effect like this, did it? It's probably just in the oh wait, did it? Yeah, white absolutely hit it. Oh, so white and black are the bargain color. Okay. I wasn't sure if they all had it or not. Yeah, this is like a neat little bargain enabler. I would not play it on its own. If I did not have like bargain cards, I wouldn't throw this into any deck. Yeah, it's like a C minus. It's not incredible. Yeah, a good argument against it, like Tarzan brought up, is that top decking this late game isn't great. You basically have to pay 4 mana, make your opponent lose 2 life, and scry 2. Which is not nothing. But you don't want to slam dunk this into any black deck. C minus. Not dead after all. Same. Black. Common. Instant. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains when this creature dies. Return to the battlefield, tapped under its owner's control. Then create a Wicked roll attached to it. This is the other roll that we haven't seen yet. The Wicked roll gives the enchanted creature +1/+1. When this aura is put into a graveyard, each opponent loses 1 life. Oh. I lived, bitch. That's a better name for the card. The Wicked roll isn't super exciting, is it? Yeah. E. If it was like any better, roll. If it was like the sorcerer roll or the royal roll. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of okay. This is a D. Put on. Rat out. AKA Pocket Rat. Black. Common instant. Up to 1 target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. You create a 1/1 black rat creature token with this creature can't block. Pocket Rat. Yeah, it's like oh god, I'm not gonna remember the set. You guys remember Fungal Infection? Was that the OG Dominaria? Give me something -1/-1, and you get a little 1/1 out of it. Hell yeah. It was Dominaria. Okay, yeah. It's not quite as good as that because the rat can't block. But getting something -1/-1 for 1 black, great. Well, not great, not like amazing, but like a playable card. C minus. And again, every time you cast this card, you have to say, Pocket Rat. Spiteful Hex Mage. Black. For a rare human warlock. It's a 3/2? When he enters the battlefield, create a cursed roll token attached to target creature you control. Ah, okay, I see. I see. So if you cast this on turn 1, he's a 1/1. But if you have any other creature, you have to curse one of your own creatures? Dude, just Pocket Rat something. And then you play the Spiteful Hex Mage. Make the rat into 1/1/1 frog instead. Kind of like we talked about earlier, excuse me, with the bargaining. Like, this gets better with bargaining, because then if you do play this on turn 1, you can bargain out his cursed roll, make him to a cheap 3/2. Hell yeah. But it's still, at the end of the day, only a 3/2, which is good. But he's not going to be, like, incredible. He's going to be like a C. Could have used a keyword, though. I agree. If he had, like, any If you had Menace on him, or if you had a Ward, or Death Touch, or fucking something, he'd be awesome. Otherwise, he's just kind of like a... It's like the lifelinker. This is a 3-2 with extra steps. Hammy, when is your next stream? I think you're in the wrong chat, my dude. C for Spiteful Hexmage. Just C. So we're going to go from that guy, though, to probably the... Is this the best art in the set? Or is the Bunnicorn the best? I don't know. Or is Rat Out the best? This is awesome. Warehouse Tabby. Black for a 1/1 creature cat. We've all had the owned a cat who has made this exact look at us. It's a 1/1. Whenever an enchantment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you make a 1/1 black rat. 1 in a black, Warehouse Tabby gains Death Touch until end of turn. Oh, that background. I just noticed there's a billion rats coming for it. I don't care. Be happy. Oh, boy. I would, if this was a 1 mana just Death Touch, this would be awesome. But having to pay for making it Death Touch makes it less good. Looks like a D. I don't love it. Yeah. If this just was Death Touch, fantastic. But without that, yeah, a little harder. D. Next, the Barrow Naughty, 1 in a black for Common Fairy. It's a 1/3 flyer. Okay. It has lifelink as long as you control another fairy. And you can pay 2 in a black to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. Solid. Defensive, and for some reason you've got nothing else to do with your mana, you can give it +1/+0. That is not a very efficient use of your mana. 3 mana to give it +1/+0 is not great. But that's a cheap fairy. Just a solid C. Again, you need to have nothing else to do with your mana in order to pay 3 mana to pump it. But in the fairy deck, a 1/3 flying lifelinker? Yeah, like it. See? The Callous Sellsword. 1 in a black for an uncommon human soldier. He's a 2/2. He enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature that died under your control this turn. But he also has Burn Together, a sorcery adventure for 1 red. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to any other target, then sacrifice it. Oh. He just comes with a fling? So you fling something, and then you cast him up afterwards, and like, he's a 3/3. Bare minimum. This guy's, I like him. This is one of those modular. The floor is he's a 2/2 for 2. I would be happy casting that. You could also try to like, it has to be creatures that died under your control. So you could try to do like, try to cast this like post combat. And if multiple of your creatures do it, or if you have a bunch of rats, you could potentially get like a 2 mana 4/4. Or you fling a rat first, whatever. I like them. C+. 2/2 with upside. Next, Candy Grapple. 1 a black for a common instant with bargain. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. If the spell was bargain, that creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn. Again, what was that Dominaria? What was the Dominaria one where like the fuck? Give something like if you kicker it, sacrifice them. Vicious. Damn it, I can't remember the name of it. Black removal, sorta? No, not sorta, just is black removal. 1 black gives something -3/-3 at instant speed is very, very good. And then the bargain just kickers it up to a -5/-5 if you need to. Very good. Happy to play these in as many. Vicious Offering, thank you. That was it. Vicious Offering. It's basically a better Vicious Offering. It wasn't Vicious Offering only -2/-2 and then 4/4? I shouldn't say better because... No, it's better. No, -2, then -5. And this is -3 to -5? Yeah, this is better Vicious Offering. And Vicious Offering was very good. C+ for Candy Grapple. I'd play a lot of these in my black decks. Next is the Cruel Somnophage. 1 black for a rare Nightmare. His power and toughness are equal to the number of creature cards in all graveyards. But it also has Can't Wake Up! Wake me up inside. 1 blue sorcery, target player mills 4 cards. You know what? At least they attached this to a rare creature. Save me! And again, every time you cast this, you have to say, Can't wake up! You really can't, this is not, you can't like drop him on turn 2. Because if there's no creatures in any graveyards, he's a 0/0 and he dies. So you do need to cast the sorcery side first. Still seems good. Like, he'll be something that just kind of gets slightly larger as the game goes on. I don't hate it. Just needs a little bit of setup. Probably C+, though. Next, Lord Skitter's Blessing. 1 black for a rare enchantment. When Lord Skitter's Blessing enters the battlefield, create a Wicked Roll token attached to target creature you control. At the beginning of your draw step, if you control an enchanted creature, you lose 1 life and you draw an additional card. Oh, it's Phyrexian Arena with enchanted creatures. But it only costs 1 black. So 1 black, pump 1 of your creatures. So 2 mana, give one of your creatures +1/+1. And then on your draw step, you get to draw an extra card. And if you get... If you have extra auras, then you just get to... Any enchanted creature to control... You lose life, draw a card. Huh! Build around Phyrexian Arena? I wouldn't even say... Build around. Bad Phyrexian Arena? No. I don't think you guys are looking at this right. This is a very good card. I think this is an A-. Because unlike Phyrexian Arena, this is something that you can always like get around. Like if your life total is starting to get low, you sacrifice any of your creatures with auras attached to it or any enchanted creatures. so you have a little bit more control of it. It only being 1 in a black is much better than 1 black. Yeah, I actually quite like this a lot. This looks like an A-. I think Lord Skitter's Blessing... Well, no, I shouldn't say A-. Maybe a B+. No, A-. A- on that one. Because if you get this early on, like if you're just gonna outdraw your opponent. What do I think of the Spiteful Hex Mage? We actually talked about that a little bit earlier, Molly. The overall was it's a lot of effort to get a 3/2. It's not fantastic. It's fine. It's like a solid C. I like Lord Skitter's Blessing a lot. What about like in Modern Humans? I'm not a modern player at all, so I couldn't really tell you. I'm currently looking at things just from like a limited standpoint. Draft and Sealed. I really couldn't tell you for Modern, sorry. Alright, next up, Minstrosity. 1 in a black for common creature horror. It's a 3/1. When Minstrosity dies, you make a food token. Oh, tight. Great. See. That's a 3/1 that's going to die often. And you just get a food token out of it. And we've seen black-green's going to want food. Next, Sugar Rush. 1 in a black instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Draw a card? That's not a card I would expect to see out of black. Fine, though. It's like a D+, C- card. Seems strong. Seems fine. It's a combat trick that at least cantrips itself, but it's not like amazing. Can't really use it to like protect your guys though, so it's not like awesome. Yeah, this seems like it's in the wrong color. You know what? It does make it so that if you just like don't have a good time to cast it, you can always cantrip it at like the end of your opponent's turn and just like cycle it away. Yeah, D+ for Sugar Rush. Tangled Colony, 1 in a black for a rare rat, 3/2, can't block. But when it dies, create X 1/1 black rat creature tokens, where X is the amount of damage dealt to it this turn. Aggressive black card, a 2-mana 3/2. I can't block. Kind of reminds me of Undercity Bruiser. Yeah, so if your opponent blocks it with like a 2/2, you still make at least 2 1/1 rats out of it. Seems solid. The can't block clause makes it rough. This is like a C+ card. What if you give it indestructible with a combat trick? Well, you only get the 1/1 rats when it dies, so the indestructible part would not work. But you can cast it with that what was that? Not dead yet card. I lived, bitch. Then you get rats plus it comes back. You want to be cute. If your opponent blocks your Tangled Colony, you then Sugar Rush their creature. Because then you get 3 more rats. C+ for Tangled Colony. The can't block clause does make it a little bit rough. But the aggressive side of it, like a 3-mana 2-mana 3/2. Great. Alright, next is the Witch's Vanity. 1 and a black for a Saga, uncommon. Destroy an creature an opponent controls with mana value 2 or less. 2 mana, sorcery speed. Okay. Chapter 2, create a food token. Chapter 3, create a Wicked Roll token attached to target creature you control. These are all good things. Am I crazy for actually liking this quite a bit? Like, I'd be... just the chapter 1 is quite good. And everything else is fine. See. See. Yeah. Buy it. So, again, when it comes to, like, drafting, like, when you see a card that can, like, go in multiple decks, like, this isn't just, like, a black card that only wants to be in the fairy deck or whatever. This is a black card that would work in any deck. Because, like, in a fairy deck, you can make one of your fairies wicked. You're playing black-green, you're getting food tokens. You're playing black-white, you're getting a wicked roll that you can sack. So, like, this is a black card that's very flexible. C+? I don't know about C+. The sorcery speed only hits mana value 2 or less. But it is good. Minimum C. Next, the Wicked Visitor. 1 and a black for a Nightmare. 2/2, common. Whenever an enchantment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. Are there instant speed sagas? I want to say there was a flash saga somewhere. No, there isn't. There's not yet. It's inevitable. That will happen. Yeah, if it could hit 3 mana creatures, then it'd be a C+. Even if it costs 3 for that. Wicked Visitor, that's fine. That is a 2-drop. That is a 2-drop. That's just, yeah, C. C for Wicked Visitor. That is a 2-drop. It probably seems the best in, like, the black-white because you're getting rid of rolls and putting enchantments in the graveyard, but otherwise it's a 2/2 for 2. Sometimes you make your opponent lose a life. See? Back for seconds. 2 and a black for an uncommon sorcery with bargain. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your hand. If this spell was bargained, you may put one of those cards with mana value 4 or less onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your hand. Word? So this is Soul Salvage with potential upside? Tight. C+. Oh, he does have Greta on it. He's saving someone from Jello. What's the theme behind this set? The theme is fairy tales. That's why Hansel and Gretel are out here murdering food. Yeah, I like this. Like, this is a soul salvage, and sometimes you can bargain it and just put a card right down to the battlefield right away. I like it. C+. Conceited Witch. 2 and a black for a common human warlock. She's a 2/3 with menace. The menacing stepmom. Or whatever. But it also has the price of beauty, black. Sorcery. Create a wicked roll attached to target creature you control. You can't target herself with it, but fine. That's fine. Only the 2/3 menace is weird, because normally you want your menace people to have higher power. You can kill more people when they get blocked, but it's fine. Yeah, it's like another C. The fact that you can use it to get extra rolls out. C. Next, Feed the Cauldron. 2 and a black, instant. Destroy target creature with mana value 3 or less. If it's your turn, create a food token. At 3 mana? That's kind of a weird clause. Oh, they're putting the witch in their own cauldron. Oh. Yeah, this is fine. This is like another C. No, C+. The instant speed helps it quite a bit. D+? That's way too low. This is going to have targets. I don't think I would personally care about really casting it on my own turn just to get a food token out of it. Like, I don't think that's worth it. Like, if you can cast on your turn, like, remove, like, an important blocker so you can get attacks on top of it, that's just a bonus. But I'm perfectly happy with casting this during my opponent's turn and taking something out. This is a C+. Yeah, instant speed removal at D is... That's too low of a grade. This has targets, and you'll be able to hit stuff with it. Next is the Gumdrop Prisoner. Tuna black for a rare human warlock. She's a 3/2 with lifelink. When she enters the battlefield, up to one target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. Oh, but she also has Tempt with treats. Instant speed black. Create a food token. Yeah, okay. You can make a food token early on. And then later on, you can, like, eat a food. And then play her. And give someone -3/-3 when she enters the battlefield for, like, 5. That's good. I'd be happy with that. If you have any other... Yeah, if you have any kind of lifelink or life gain. Her taking out a creature when she shows up. She seems good. I like her. The reason why she works better than most others is that she can set herself up. If you want to do it all in a single turn, 6 mana for a 3/2 lifelink, give another creature -3/-3. I'd still be happy with that. She's a B+. C+? No. You're too low on that. B+. B+. Again, mostly because she can set herself up. You don't have to do it all in one turn. But if you need to, you can. I like her. B+. Next, Lord Skitter's Butcher. 2 black for an uncommon rat peasant. This is a 2/3. When he enters the battlefield, choose one. You create a 1/1 black rat. You may sacrifice another creature. If you do, scratch, you draw a card. Or creatures you control gain menace until end of turn. I get the first 2 parts. Why the menace? Yeah. That's a... Cards like this that give you options are always pretty good. See? If you already got rats, you can sacrifice it to scry 2, draw a card. If you don't got any, you can make a rat. B to you? I think B is a bit high. It's just like a fine card. It's not so impactful to go with B. And again, for myself, when I think of any card that's in the B range, it needs to be a card that, like, if I see this card, it says to me, black is super open, I need to play it. Like, if you see, like, Gumdrop Poisoner, pick 3 or pick 4, and no one has taken this yet, it's like, oh crap, black is open. But if you see Lord Skitter's Butcher, pick 3, pick 4, I'm not quite like, oh shit, this card's so good, I need to get it. He's like a C. Can you sacrifice the rat you create with the card? You cannot, because you can only do the 1. So, C for Lord Skitter's Butcher. How's Menace not relevant? I didn't say it's not relevant. I just don't get why creatures you control gain Menace off their Butcher. He's like, getting his food, and then chopping down the food. I get the butcher part. That's not why the butcher gives you menace. This seems like a bomb? Mm-mm. Not a bomb. The reason being, like, creatures you control gain menace until end of turn. You need a bunch of creatures in order for this to get in there. If you have no creatures, it doesn't do a whole lot. It does make him a bit good later on if, like, the board has kind of stalled out. And then you can have some menace attacks, but that doesn't mean automatic win. He's fine. It's a C. Oh, we keep talking about him. Here's Lord Skitter himself, the Sewer King. 2 and a black for a legendary Rat Noble. Rare. 3/3. Whenever another rat enters the battlefield under your control, exile up to 1 target card from an opponent's graveyard. Okay. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you make a rat. Rat jam. Ah, the rat jams are coming. Alright. He's a 3/3 for 3. It comes with a rat. Your rats jam in. Exiling stuff out of your opponent's graveyard? I don't know how relevant that part's going to be, but again, minimum, he's a 3/3 for 3, and every single turn, you make a rat. It doesn't hurt to exile your opponent's graveyard, but you get rats. Rat jam. Free rat stonks. Where does it put Lord Skitter himself? He actually might be awesome. B? I think B is low. I think actually it might be an A. Oh, thanks for hanging out, pal. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go with A. That generates a lot of rats. And can snowball quite a bit. It's constantly giving you sacrifice fodder. So my reasoning for this is an A is because if you play this, your opponent has to deal with it. Like, it can't just like let it sit there because like it generating rats is not nothing. And it's far above the floor. Yeah, I'm gonna go with A for Lord Skitter. How many bargains? Rat Tribal? You can make rats you can with pocket rats. Yeah, exactly, Arbor. Like, you get a rat immediately. So, I think Lord Skitter's an A. Because your opponent... Again, let's actually, like, literally flip the table. Imagine your opponent plays Lord Skitter. Do you want to kill that right away, or you think you're safe just letting it hang out? You want to kill it right away. That's an A card. Alright, Rowan's Grim Search. 2 and a black for common instant with bargain. If this spell was bargain, look at the top 4 cards of your library, then put up to 2 of them back on top of your library in any order, and the rest into your graveyard. You draw 2 cards, and you lose 2 life. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, if you bargain it, you get to do both. Like, you bargain it, look at the top 4, pick 2, put the rest in the graveyard, and then draw 2 cards, lose 2 life? Or is it just look at the top 4, pick 2? Oh, no. Sorry. I read the rest of the card. I'm an idiot. You put them back on top of your library, and then you draw the 2. Okay, I see. Yeah, so you surveil them. Sort of. And if you like none of them, you can put all into the graveyard, then draw 2, lose 2 life. Okay, I see. This is like, wait, wasn't the Dominaria card actually just called Dark Bargain? Yeah, this is fine. Probably play this and I think I'd play like at least one of these in almost any black deck I have. Not more than that, because the lose 2 life part does kind of hurt. C- for Rowan's Grim Search. But I'm also a blue player at heart, so I'm a slut for card draw. Sweet Tooth Witch. 2 black for common human warlock. She's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you create a food token. 2, sack a food. Target player loses 2 life. Dark Bargain from Ikoria? Is it Ikoria? I was thinking a Dominaria card. Where it's like pay 4. No, pay 4, look at the top 4, draw 2, whatever. Sweet Tooth Witch. Yep. She's another one of those like 3/2s with a lot of upside. I'd be happy with playing her 3/2 for the food. See. Next, Voracious Vermin. 2 black for common rat. 2/1. When he enters the battlefield, he comes with a rat friend. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Voracious Vermin. I never know how to feel about these kinds of cards, because there's a lot of... We see these kinds of effects a lot, where it's like, when you play a creature, and like, whenever the other creature dies, you get a +1/+1 counter. And a lot of times that ends up being too slow to really pay off. But it does help that this comes with a 1/1 rat. Not that that's horribly exciting. Dark Bargain was in both Dominaria and Ikoria. Oh, okay. So we're both right. Cool. C+? I don't know what C+. I'd say C-. These effects usually end up being too slow. Yeah. I want to C- it. Just seems slow. The thing is, like, even if you're making 1/1 rats, your opponent doesn't need to block those 1/1 rats until like their life total is low enough that they care. Otherwise, just letting a 1/1 through, who cares? Like, getting this up to be a 3-mana 3/2 takes a lot of extra steps. I'm a little off of it. C-. Ashy Ox Reaper, 3 black for an uncommon 3/3 nightmare. Whenever an enchantment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. Okay, so you can bargain away your rolls, or if one of your creatures with a roll dies, you get to draw a card off of it. Seems good. C+. Beseech the Mirror, 1 black for a mythic sorcery with bargain. Search your library for a card, exile it face down, then shuffle. If this spell was bargained, you may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost. If it costs 4 or less, put the exiled card into your hand if it wasn't cast this way. It's not quite an F. Not very good, though. That triple black, though. It's not quite an F. It feels... I want to say, like, yeah, like D-. if you have a way of consistently casting it at 3 black, like your deck is so black heavy that you can cast this almost every turn 4, well, then it goes up to like a C+. If you don't have that though, yeah, that triple black is rough. Also, you need like a card so good that you want to be able to find it out of your deck and make sure you get it down to the battlefield. No, yeah, I agree, Pickle. This is not a pack 1 pick 1. This is like a pack 1 this is your pack 1 rare. See if it wheels. Maybe pick 9 it, maybe. Yeah, go with D- unless you somehow manage to have a super black heavy deck, then it goes up to like a C+. Alright, Devouring Sugar Maw. That's a butthole. Right? That's just a butthole? Did I ruin it for you? I hope I did. Alright. 2 black for a 6/6 Menace Trample. It's clearly a donut. Come on. I think someone come on to that butthole. Got him. 6/6 Menace Trample. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sacrifice an artifact, enchantment, or a token. If you don't, tap Devouring Sugar Maw. But also has Have for Dinner. Eat Ass. 1 and a white. Instant. Make a 1/1 white human creature token and a food token. Oh. Oh, yeah. So you can sacrifice an artifact, enchantment, or token. So it's the bargain. Right? Yeah. The bargain for the butthole is you get a 6/6 Menace Trample. I'd be the adventure part of it's actually quite solid. And then if you can have them hang around for the Devouring Sugar Maw, and it's not difficult to get extra artifacts, enchantments, or tokens in black, or especially black-white. It probably works best in black-white, but dude, if you're making like if you're going for like the rat deck and you're black, you could put the cummy butthole in there. Looks like an A to me. Like vagina dentata, but anal dentata. Yeah, I wouldn't say full on build around because I think there's gonna be enough ways to get tokens or even food tokens out. Especially just the rats. They should be able to at least get a couple swings off on this, so. A for the cummy butthole. Next, Dream Spoilers. 3 and a black for a uncommon fairy warlock, 2/2 flyer. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, up to 1 target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. It's only a 2/2 flyer. If you have a lot of spells, though, this could mess with your opponent's stuff pretty well. 2/2 flyers that kills rats? No. You're thinking too narrowly. It's a 2/2 flyer that suddenly makes combat for your opponent quite tricky. Because, like, if you have multiple instant speed things, and you're suddenly shrinking your opponent's stuff for combat, or even if you do it multiple times and give me something -2/-2 to kill it, that's not bad. Still, it takes a little bit of effort, a little bit of setup, so it is more like a It's still probably just like a C. It's a little understated. And you only really want to play this if you have enough instant speed things to use with it. So, C for Dream Spoilers. Ariette's Whisper? Arietta? I don't know how to pronounce that. 3 and a black for common sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. You create a wicked roll attached to 1 target creature you control. Slightly more expensive. Mind Rot. D. The Fell Horseman. 3 and a black for a common zombie knight. 3/3. When Fell Horseman dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. And it also has Deathly Ride. 1 and a black sorcery adventurer. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, okay. Yeah. Solid. Base stats alone makes him a C-, but you can get a creature card back with him. Puts him up to like a C. I don't think there's much discussion to have there. Yeah, like, I feel like either, if like these two effects were like separated into their own cards, they're not quite good enough, but together, solid. C. Wrangle's Prank. 2 black for a rare sorcery. Choose 1 or more. Each player discards 2 cards. Each player loses 4 life. Each player sacrifices 2 creatures. Huh. So, this is another one of those things where each player loses... this is actually all quite good. Yeah, that's all quite good. This is an A-. Like, you can control when this impacts you the least. If there's a last card in your hand, or you only got lands, who cares? If you don't have any creatures, like 4 mana, make your opponent lose 2 creatures, is great. And then the lose 4 life could come up as a surprise to kill your opponent at the end. The lose 4 life part is best when you're like already ahead. Granted. But even the other 2 effects, like you can cast this and time it around and like mold it in a way that it helps you the most while affecting your opponent. Or affects you the least while affecting your opponent the most. Now, this is actually quite good. A- for Wrangle's Prank. That's a powerful effect. Like, if you have like no cards in your hand and no creatures, and you make your opponent discard 2 cards and sacrifice 2 creatures, like, damn, like they got nothing left. Yeah, A-. Spell Scoring Coven. 3 and a black for an uncommon fairy warlock, 2/3 with flying. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Okay. It also has an adventure. Take it back. 2 and a blue for an instant. Return target spell to its owner's hand. Oh, that's hilarious. You can like 2 and a blue temple play them, and then play the Spell Scoring Coven and make them lose a card. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, tempo play plus hand hate. Slightly understated, but the other stuff seems good. Because, like, this card alone is your turn 3 and your turn 4 play. Am I crazy for wanting to give it... B- is probably too hard. That's probably still like a C+. I'll C+ it. Next. Thingblade Assassin. 3 and a black for a fairy assassin is a 3/1 with flash, flying. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature and opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Okay. Kind of reminds me of like the Manticore from, I think it was a core set or something like that. 4 mana, 3/1 flash flyer, makes it a surprise blocker. 3 power, gives it enough to take out most things. Yeah. She's good, C+. You attack with your rats, opponent blocks a rat, suddenly assassinated. Good offensively, good defensively. Yeah. C+. Taken by Nightmares. 2 black black. For an uncommon instant, exile target creature if you control an enchantment. Try 2. B+. Unconditional removal. Sometimes you get the upside of scrying 2 on top of it. B+ for Taken by Nightmares. And the end. 2 black black for a rare instant. This spell costs 2 less to cast if your life total is 5 or less. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Okay. Searches controller's graveyard, hand, or library for any number of cards of the same name. Exile all of those. That player shuffles, then draws a card for each card exiled from their hand this way. So for the most part, this is another 4-mana exile creature or planeswalker. Sometimes it's cheaper if you're like dying. And then if for some reason your opponent has multiples, you can take out multiples. Yeah, B. It would kind of suck if they actually did have multiples in their hand. They get to draw a card on top of it, but still good. Next, Issaquah, Wicked Manipulator, who I think is the only planeswalker in this set. 3 black black for Issaquah. If you would pay life while your library has at least that many cards in it, exile that many cards from the top of your library instead. 5 loyalty. +1. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, exile one of them, and put the other into your hand. Tight. -2. Create 2 1/1 black nightmare creature tokens with at the beginning of combat on your turn. If a card was put into exile this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay. And Issaquah's ultimate is -7. Target player exiles the top X cards of their library, where X is the total mana value of cards you own in exile. Okay, so exile. Issaquah just wants you to have as many exiled stuff as you can. Issaquah is officially a they. They are genderless. You would pay life. Pay life is not the same as taking damage. 5 loyalty for 5 mana is very strong. Make a couple blockers, get card advantage. Yeah. Issaquah's an A+. Very good. Very good. That's a lot of loyalty for 5. Like 5 loyalty at 5, not the easiest to kill. You get to make 2 blockers with a single minus. That's great. And then after that, you start using +1 to get multiple cards a turn. Very good. If some reason you managed to get -7. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy with the +1 and the -2. I just assumed like you never get to use anyone's ultimate, but Issaquah, easy A+. Yeah, because if you have -2 it, and then every turn after that, you're just making your 2 1/1s get bigger. Yeah, I like it. A+. All right, High Fae Negotiator, 3 black black for an uncommon fairy warlock. Excuse me, 3/5. Bargain with flying. When enters the battlefield, if it was bargained, each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. From this set onward, sets only have 1 planeswalker. You know what? Thank God. 3/5 flying at 5 mana is an interesting stat line. Like, I actually think that makes it really good. Like, that's so defensive. There's a lot of like 4/4 flyers in this set, and this blocks it. It's an uncommon. And then every now and then you just get to bargain it and siege rhino them. I don't know if it's I don't think it's quite an A level, but this looks like a easy B. Yeah, I think High Fate Negotiators is going to be like a surprisingly threatening card. Yeah, B for High Fate Negotiator. Maybe B+. B+? B+. B+. This is another one of those, like, it is a fairy, but any black deck will be happy to have it. B+. Lich Knight's Conquest, 4 and a black for a rare sorcery. Sacrifice any number of artifacts, enchantments, or tokens. Return that many creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. You get to return multiple things. That's kind of cool. See? I think you need, like... You need to have ways of getting stuff in your own graveyard for this to work. Convert tokens into stuff, only if you have stuff to get back. So, like, it's not just creatures dying. You need to be milling yourself, discarding yourself. A+, you can return what you sack. You cannot return what you sack, Eduardo. Because you're sacrificing artifacts, enchantments, or tokens to get back creatures. You're not sacrificing enchantments to get back enchantments. It's like a C. You can upgrade your rats if you have creature cards in your graveyard. Yeah, it seemed like you need setup for it. Is it a build around? I don't know about quite build around. Like, I wouldn't plan my entire deck strategy or win condition around just that. But you do need to be able to mill yourself, to discard stuff, to surveil, etc. So it does need a little bit of setup. So because of that, C. Chad, I think you're thinking too like best case scenario. And when you're thinking about these cards, like when you really want to think about how powerful they are, think of the best case, think of the worst case, and then realize 90% of the time it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle, this card's just okay. See? Scream Puff! That's hilarious. 4 and a black for a 4/5 horror with Death Touch. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you create a food. That's funny. Or 5 Death Touch is usually a little redundant because usually just having 4 power Death Touches most creatures. It has 5 toughness, so it usually takes multiple blocks, so the Death Touch helps it a little bit. A for humor, C card. Yeah, I agree. It's like a C. It's fine. Shatter the Oath. 3 black for a common sorcery. That art's cool. Destroy target creature or enchantment. Create a wicked roll token attached up to 1 target creature you control. Oh, that's kind of cool. You're like a Oathbreaker Paladin someone. Make him a blackguard. It is sorcery speed, but, you know, you're happy playing these. This is like a C+. Mostly because it's sorcery speed and expensive. C+. Spectre of Mortality, 3 black for a rare flying specter. It's a 3/3. When it's the battlefield, you may exile 1 or more creature cards from your graveyard. When you do, each other creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of cards exiled this way. Oh, 1 or more. Oh, Lord. It's a flying 3/3 that can, like, pseudo board wipe? As long as you got creatures in the graveyard, got 5 mana, chances are you will. A minus? Well, the -X doesn't target itself. So it doesn't matter how many you exile, your Spectre is going to survive it. It does need creature cards in your graveyard to really pop off. But even usually just 2 will take out quite a few of your opponent's stuff. And then also just keep that in mind as you're playing your cards. Because you don't want to play out stuff that's just going to kill up to your own thing. Again, needs a little bit of setup, but chances are you can play this. Even if you take out just one of your opponent's creatures with the -X ability, I'd be happy playing this. A minus. It's -X to all other creatures. So you also -X your own guys. A minus. Alright, Twisted Sewer Witch. 3 black for an uncommon human warlock. She's a 3/4. When she enters the battlefield, you make a rat. Then for each rat you control, make each one of your rats have a Wicked Roll token attached to that rat. Surprise, Wicked Rats. Rat deck payoff at uncommon. Rat Jam. Rat Jam. God, there are going to be so many Rat Jams popping off during streams. So at the very worst, she's a 5-mana 3/4 that shows up with a 2/2 that can't block. Oh, and then when the rats die, each opponent loses 1 life because of the Wicked Roll. Yeah. Like a rat deck beat. And fine on our own. Yeah, it's all rats, not just rat tokens. So if you have any of the non-creature token rat cards, which there are quite a few, different than the mouse. We saw a mouse in white. These are rats, not mice. Matters. I still want to give her a build around card. No, I won't. A B. B for Twisted Sewer Witch. Alright, final black card. Virtue of Persistence. 5 black for the mythic enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. And it also has the adventure of 1 and a black. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. You gain 2 life. I'm going to say A+. And I don't think there's anything you could say that would take me away from that. You're never playing it limited at 7 mana? No, you could. If you're in a very control deck, absolutely. At 7 mana, you can absolutely make this happen. If it was just on its own, it's a little sketchy because it is expensive. But the fact that there is just a 2 mana removal spell attached to it, plus you gain some life on top of it, makes this incredible. This is an A+. Because if you're playing against a fast deck, you're taking something out and gaining a little bit of life. So you can actually make the game last long enough that you can actually get this down. Yeah, this is an A+. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. You don't feel bad about having it in your opening hand. You have something to do with it early, you have stuff to do with it late. Great, A+. Alright, that's going to do it for black. So we still got red and green left. Actually need to probably should get maybe some more tea, maybe a snack. Hold on 1 second, chat. I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's get into red. Still averaging about an hour or so on these. Let's go. Embereth Veteran, red, uncommon, for a 2/1 human knight. You can also pay 1 to sacrifice the Embereth Veteran. Create a young hero role token attached to another creature. So the young hero was, whenever this creature attacks, if its toughness is 3 or less, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Another 1 mana 2/1. Jesus. Huh. And if it's ever going to die, you just sack it to pump something else up. That seems good. C+. Yep, right. Harried Spearguard. Red for a 1/1 common human soldier with haste. When it dies, you get a rat. Sure. Why not? It's only a 1/1 with haste. Less down on this. This is more of a D. A lot of the, like, sacrifice things has been, like, non-creature stuff, so you really can't sacrifice the Spear God to get, like, a lot out of it. So, I'm kind of down on this one. Looks like a D to me. Next. Kindled Heroism. Red for a common instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 until and gains first strike until end of turn. Scry 1. We've seen these effects plenty of times before. Another D. Sure. Sure. Monstrous Rage. Red for an uncommon instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Create a monster roll token attached to it. This is a little bit better. The monster roll gives them +1/+1 and has trample. So really, this card is red to give something +3/+1 and trample permanently. That's much better than other red combat tricks. And the fact that the trample and the +1/+1 sticks around makes it a little bit better. I still wouldn't go crazy playing a ton of these in my deck, but if I'm going to play red combat tricks, this is the one to go to. This is a C-. Next up. Rotisserie Elemental. That is hilarious. Red, for rare elemental, a 1/1 menace. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put a skewer counter on Rotisserie Elemental. Then you may sacrifice it. If you do, exile the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of skewer counters on Rotisserie Elemental. You can play those cards until end of turn. That's a 1/1 menace for 1, and basically allows you to start slapping in for damage, and they can sack it to get extra cards on top of it. Now, it does say you can only exile the top X cards, and you can only exile it after it does combat damage to a player. So you can't do it at any time. It's fine, though. Another C+. Like, again, if you want aggressive cards, this is a better one, because then you can always, once it stops being good for aggro, you can always cash it in for some extra cards. Or if you're missing land drops or something, because it does say you can play those cards, not cast, so you can't get lands off of it. I wish it was until the end of your next turn. If it was the end of your next turn, it would be excellent. Otherwise, it's just kind of fine. Did I say C+? I'm going to go C. C for Rotisserie Elemental. Song of Tater Tots. X and a red for a rare sorcery. Create X 1/1 black rats. Fireball? No. Ratterball. Rat damn. That is a lot of 1/1s. Oh, creatures you control do gain haste until end of turn. Oh. I almost didn't read that part. Okay. Cue the rat wave. Yep. It's still only like a C to me. It's like at 4 mana, you're only getting 3 1/1 rats. But the later goes on, that's a lot of rats. I do like the haste part of it. You always have the option of just casting this for just red, X equals 0, make none rats, and just give all your creatures haste until end of turn. That's always an option too. C+ for Song of Rat Jam. Stone Splitter Bolt. Another X in red. Uncommon instant with Bargain. It deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. If it was Bargain, it deals twice X to that permanent instead. Yeah, alright. It's not quite Fireball because you can't hit players with it. That's going to kill things. And then I think most often you probably want to bargain it. Oh no, sorry. I was thinking bargain allowed you to hit 2 creatures. No, it just doubles the damage. Yeah, that's still fine. Like a B- for Stone Splitter Bolt. Just good removal. Next. Torch the Tower. Red for another common instant with Bargain. Deal 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If the spell was Bargain, deal 3 damage to that permanent and you scry 1. If a permanent dealt damage by Torch the Tower would die, exile it instead. Word? So it's like shock. But you can bargain it up to a Magma Spray for only 1 red? That's very good. And it has an exile on top of it. Yeah. Play tons of Torch the Tower. C+ on all those. Oh, thank you, Downbee. Appreciate it. Flame Blessed Bolt. That's the red 2/2 damage exile. Thank you. Yeah, C+. Bespoke Battle Garb. 1 in a red for an equipment. Common. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Also a Celebration. So if at the beginning of combat on your turn, if 2 or more non-land permanents enter the battlefield under your control, attach Bespoke Battle Garb up to 1 target creature control. Otherwise, the equip cost is 2. So I guess if you have like a red-white Celebrate deck, you get like a free equip off of it? That still doesn't seem awesome to me. Yeah. It still kind of looks like a D. It swaps around every combat. It only swaps if you play 2 or more permanents every turn, though. So it's not like every turn. And at some point, you run out of cards. And it does also says non-land permanent. Yeah. Yeah. I'll stick with D for Bespoke Battle Garb. Next. The Boundary Lands Ranger. 1 in a red for an uncommon human ranger. He's a 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay, so he's a 2/2 for 2, and later on, you get to use him to rummage. So here's your red-green big dick swinging. Solid. C. Next. Charming Scoundrel. Yes, please, ma'am. 1 in a red for a rare human rogue with haste. But when she enters the battlefield, choose 1. Discard a card, draw a card. Or make a treasure. Or create a wicked roll attached to target creature you control. So she is a 1/1 haste rummager, a 1/1 haste that comes with a treasure, or a 1/1 or a 2/2 haste. Modular options. Very good. B. She's cute? Yeah. I hope someday she permits me to disappoint her. I would love to someday. Next up, Food Fight! 1 in a red for a rare enchantment. Artifacts you control have 2. Sacrifice this artifact. It deals damage to any target equal to 1 plus the number of permanents named Food Fight you control. Okay, so it turns all your artifacts / foods until pay 2, sack it, deal something 2 damage. I don't know how much food is going to be in red. It has to be other artifacts. So for the most part, it'll be food. There's a couple of treasure things. Yeah, pretty narrow. If it like came with a food, it would be awesome. Yeah, not enough. But it takes a lot of setup. Wants multiples at rare? I don't know if I would commit multiple slots in my deck to this. That doesn't make it that much better. Yeah, honestly, I think what this card wanted, it needs to come in with the food. Otherwise, it's not great. Like a build around... It's a build around C, though. Otherwise, practically enough. Yeah, it needs to be in like a dedicated food deck. Which if you're... I don't know if there's any red combo that wants food. Like if you're red-green, you're supposed to have power 4 or more, not food. So, not feeling that one. The Grand Ball Guest. 1 and a red for a common human peasant. He's a 2/2. With Celebration, gets +1/+1 and Trample till end of turn. That is a 2/2 for 2. That sometimes gets a little bit bigger. C-. Picnic Ruiner. 1 and a red for an uncommon Goblin Rogue. He's a 2/2. When he attacks, while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, he gets double strike until end of turn. The 2/2 for 2 for sometimes says double strike. It also has the Green Adventure. Stolen Goodies, 3 and a green sorcery. Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among any number target creatures you control. I feel like he's like a C all around. Yeah, C. He's a 2/2 for 2. Sometimes he gets to attack as a 2/2 double strike. It is important to note that he's only while he attacks. He cannot block as a double striker. Yeah, see? Next, Raging Battle Mouse. 1 and a red for a rare mouse, not a rat. 2/1. The second spell you cast each turn costs 1 less to cast. Oh, interesting. So he actually helps you set up your celebration and has celebration that says if 2 more non-land permanents enter the battlefield under your control this turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It's fine. You basically want it in your celebration decks. Other than that, he's a 2-mana 2/1, so yeah, he's fine. C+. The Ratcatcher Trainee, 1 and a red for a common human peasant. That's a 2/1. As long as it's your turn, the Ratcatcher Trainee has first strike. Okay, good aggro card, but also has the Adventure Pest Problem, 2 and a red, instant. Make 2 rats. Yep. Yeah, that's another just solid one. C. There's another good aggro card. Like having a 2-mana first striker on your turn, sure. And then if you see him later, I guess you can make some rats just in case. C. We rat jam. Next up, Scalding Viper. I've seen this card. This one excites me. 1 and a red for a rare elemental snake. It's a 2/1. Whenever an opponent casts a spell with mana value 3 or less, Scalding Viper deals 1 damage to that player and has the adventure Steam Clean. 1 and a blue sorcery. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Yeah. 1 and a red for a 2/1 that punishes the opponent for playing a lot of cheap stuff. Like that damage adds up. Plus you got a bounce on attached on top of it. Like that a lot. It's not like a insta-win card or whatever, but I like it. Probably still like a B for Scalding Viper. Next is Skewer Slinger. 1 and a red for a common Dwarf Knight. It's a 1/3 with reach. Is this the red secret reach card? Whenever it blocks or becomes blocked by that creature, it deals 1 damage to that creature. Oh, okay. So attacks is a 1/3. Picks it up. Also blocks as a 2/3. And it has reach for some reason. That's fine. Another C. Wolverine shish kebabs, totally. Next, Tattered Ratter. 1 and a red for an uncommon human peasant that's a 2/2. Whenever a rat you control becomes blocked, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Only when the rat gets blocked, though. So again, if you have a bunch of 1/1 rats, your opponent could just choose to not block the rat. I mean, he gets better with any of the cards we saw earlier, where any of like the actual creature rats, not just the tokens. Still, just looks like another 2-drop. C-. All right, Witch's Mark. 1 and a red for common sorcery. You may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Create a wicked roll attached to 1 creature you control. Good ol', what you call it? Not Thrill Possibility. That's the instant speed one. Whatever the sorcery speed one is called. Tormenting Voice. Yeah, it's Tormenting Voice, but you get to make one of your guys slightly bigger. I like these kind of cards, but you don't want a whole lot of them. This is like another D+. Belligerent of the Ball. 2 and a red for an uncommon Ogre Warrior. Is a 3/3. Okay, a 3/3 for 3. But also has Celebration. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 and Menace until end of turn. So he can target himself. He's a 3/3 for 3, and if you get Celebration, you can make him into a 4/3 Menace, or throw on something else. Well, that's a good point. With Witch's Mark, the discarding a card isn't part of the casting cost. It's just a may. You could also just not and just put a Wicked roll on one of your creatures. Still D+. That is good, important to know. Yeah, Belligerent the Ball looks solid to me. D+. Next is Flick of a Coin. 2 and a red, common instant. Flick of a Coin deals 1 damage to any target. You make a treasure, you draw a card. Yeah. All those effects. Okay. 3-mana cantrip itself for 1 damage. So the treasure on top of it's kind of interesting. It's not like amazing, but yeah. Like a C- for Flick a Coin. Next is Frantic Firebolt. 2 and a red for common instant. Deals X damage to target creature where X is 2, plus the number of cards in your graveyard that are instant cards, sorcery cards, or have an adventure? So it's a 3-mana deal 2. But sometimes like a billion more than that? Holy crap. So as soon as you cast 1 instant or sorcery, or even like have an adventure creature die, this is 3-mana deal 3 to any creature. This is really good. That's good removal. That's a B. Probably want tons of those. It's just going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Fantastic. Gnawing Crescendo. 2 and a red for a common instant. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, make a rat. Wouldn't this count itself in deal 3? Not while it's on the stack, no. Sadly. Otherwise, that'd be incredibly strong. Like, the effect has to resolve first, and then Frantic Firebolt goes into the graveyard. Yeah, it is important to note it only hits creatures. That's still good creature removal. 9 Crescendo. Okay, so there is like a Trumpet Blast effect. So if you actually do have a billion rats, making all those rats get +2/+0 is quite a bit. And then all your non-rats will die into rats. See how these works. Depending on the format, these Trumpet Blast effects have been anywhere from awful to surprisingly good, and I don't know where it's going to be in this format. I'm going to lean surprisingly good. So, B-. B- for your rats. Godric, Cloaked Reveler. 1 red for a rare legendary human noble. He's a 3/3. 3/3 haste for 3. Okay. But also a celebration. As long as you have 2 more non-land permanents enter the battlefield. Godric is a dragon? With base power and toughness, 4/4 flying, and red, dragons you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Oh my god. He celebrates himself into a 4/4 flying dragon with fire breathing? And he's a 3/3 haste? That's a beater. Holy crap. So on turn 3, he hastes in for 3. And then on turn 4, if you celebrate him, he flies in for another 4. I know it's dragons you control, but I don't think there's many more dragons in this format. Aside from, like, the expensive blue one. Does he lose haste if he's a dragon? Nope. Yeah, so in later games, or later in the turns, you could pay him out first, and then cast something else, and then he's a flying 4/4 haste. Jesus, Godric's really strong. You can go like A- on him. Because, damn. What a beater. Next. Imodane's Recruiter. 2 and a red for an uncommon human knight. When Imodane's Recruiter enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain haste until end of turn. That does include himself, so he actually ETBs as a 3/2 haste while giving haste to everything else. +1/+0 is also quite a bit. But he also has the adventure, train troops for a white sorcery, create 2 2/2 white knight creature tokens with vigilance. Ooh. I'll actually also play this guy in the rats deck. Because suddenly giving all your rats even +1/+0 and with a body attached to it, also pretty good. Yeah, he's a bit more solid. C+. Next up, Kellen the Fey-Blooded. I think like he's like a super important story character. 2 and a red for a mythic human fairy. It's a 2/2 with double strike. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 for each aura and equipment attached to Kellen the Fey-Blooded. And has the adventure Birthright Boon, 1 and a white sorcery. Search your library for an aura or equipment. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Now a whole lot of auras you're going to want to, or really equipment, you're going to want to find for the Birthright Boon part. But it does help you find the white pacifism card. The Locked in the Cage or whatever it's called. It does work with that. But other than that, I think you just want to look at getting any kind of role attached to Kellen. Young hero. Royal, whatever. Do the role tokens count as auras? They do, yeah. So just getting one of those onto Kellen gives them like a +2/+1 effect, and you're giving all your other creatures +1/+1 as a double striker. Yeah. So 2 and a red for a 2/2 double strike is pretty good. Like that's kind of on par. And then a single aura onto Kellen makes them very strong. I don't really anticipate you getting equipments ever. So I think a B minus for Kellen. It's still like a baseline C plus though, just as a 2-mana or 3-mana 2/2 double strike. Oh, it is other creatures. Sorry. Still. All right. Merry Bards. Tuna red for a common human bard is a 3/2. When Merry Bards enter the battlefield, you may pay 1. When you do, create a young hero token attached to a creature you control. So, for the most part, a 3-mana 3/2. Later on, you can kind of pump up one of your earlier creatures, but that doesn't seem awesome. Yeah, for the most part, it's a 3-mana 3/2. Good. You won't be mad playing it. D minus. Alright, Minecart Daredevil. Tuna red for a common dwarf knight. He's a 4/2. But also has the adventure Ride the Rails. 1 on a red instant. Target creature gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Yeah, okay. This reminds me of Rimrock Knight. And Rimrock Knight was one of the better red cards. I'm actually in for this. C+ for Minecart Daredevil. Next, Redcap Thief. Tuna red for a common goblin rogue. He's a 2/3. When you enter the battlefield, you create a treasure token. Hey, okay. This effect was really good in some formats. It reminds me of the not Hoarding Ogre. The Dungeons and Dragons format. There was like a 3-mana 2/2 get a treasure. This is a 3-mana 2/3 get a treasure. Which is, again, it's like, in most formats, it's really good. But then we think, what red deck wants a 3-mana 2/3 that gives you a treasure? Maybe red-black for treasure sacrifice? I don't know. It's probably going to be just kind of okay at best. I'm going to go C-. It was the Barbarian, yeah. No, Hoarding Ogre was the 3/3 when it attacks, you rolled a d20. Alright, Twisted Fealty. Tuna red for a uncommon sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it, it gains haste. Create a wicked roll attached to one target creature. Okay, so there is a the old Steel and Sack play pattern. Yep, this has the biggest home in black-red. Where you're sacrificing stuff. Which, again, there's not a whole lot of sacrifice creature. It's a lot of sacrifice everything but a creature. I don't know how good this is going to be. I'm going to give it a D for now. Just due to the lack of like proper sack outlets. Alright. Unruly Catapult. Tuna red for a 0/4 common artifact creature with Defender. You can tap it, deal 1 damage to each opponent. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, untap the Unruly Catapult. So they brought back the Trebuchet, only instead of knights, it's spell related. Or toughness actually helps a little bit. No reach though. It's a lot like the there's a lot of cards like this where you can tap, deal 1, whenever you cast a spell, untap it. So basically this wants to be in the red-blue spells deck to really pay off. It doesn't want to be anywhere else. It's like a C- for that. Next is Cut In. 3 in a red for a common sorcery. It deals 4 damage to target creature. Create a young hero roll token attached to up to 1 target creature you control. Everfoo! Thank you for the $25 donation. Finally caught the spicy flu? Oh no! Sorry to hear that. Thank you so much though. Your King's Quest 6 playthrough is your favorite? Oh, thank you, man. If you haven't started watching it, check out the Shanara videos that just started up on the channel. Appreciate it though. Thank you. Cut In. 4 mana sorcery, deal 4. Thermo Alchemist. That's the name of it. Thank you. Four mana sorcery deal 4 is a little below rate. You still won't hate playing 1, because then you can like take out your opponent's best defender, put the young hero on one of your aggro creatures and get in. Yeah, this will still be fine. It's expensive and slow though. I'll still say C-. Like I wouldn't grab as many of these as I possibly could, but it's fine. C-. Hey, a dragon! Decadent Dragon. 2 red for a rare dragon. It is a 4/4 flying trample. Whenever a Decadent Dragon attacks, you make a treasure token. But it also has the adventure Expensive Taste. 2 and a black with an instant. Exile the top 2 cards of your opponent's library face down. You may look at and play those cards for as long as they remain exiled. Okay, so it's an A. Jesus. A+? I'm going to go A+. So you turn 3. You get 2 of your opponent's cards. It says play, so you can take your opponent's lands. On turn 4, you have a 4/4 flying trample that attacks into treasures. Jesus, dude. Well, see and constructed. A+ for Decadent Dragon. Edgewall Pack. 3 and a red for a common dog. It's a 3/3 with menace. We enter the battlefield. It comes with a rat. There's a rat commanding the dogs. Four mana 3/3 menace is pretty base, and you just get a rat with it. That's so many good boys. Bork. See. Dog champ? The Grabby Giant. 3 and a red for a common giant. It's a 4/3 with reach. You can pay 2 and a red to sacrifice an artifact or a land. Draw a card, but also has the adventure 1 and a red. That's mine. Instant. Make a treasure. Four 3 reach for 4 is not super exciting. It is interesting that you can sacrifice your lands later on to draw a card. He eats an opponent's lands? No, you eat your own. But because of the treasure, you can treasure on turn 2 and then cast him on turn 3. And then you have a turn 3 4/3 reach, which still gets blocked and destroyed by most 3 mana creatures. Yeah, he's just kind of okay. Don't love him. Seems like a C-. C-, but he's gonna hose like the fairies deck. Next, Eldraine, the Pyro Hammer. 2 red for a legendary human knight at rare. She's a 4/4. Whenever an instant or sorcery spell you control that targets only a single creature deals damage to that creature, Eldraine deals that much damage to each opponent. Oh, so she's a 4/4 for 4 that turns all your creature burn spells into pinging your opponent as well. That's tight. And we've seen quite a few instant and sorceries that deal damage, so B+ for Eldraine. Next, Corbold and the Noble Thief. What's Corbold up to? 3 and a red for a saga. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 is Make a Treasure. Chapter 3, exile the top 3 cards of target opponent's library. You may play those cards this turn. No, that's not great. Spending 2 turns just to make treasures, and then your turn 3, you just get 3 of the opponent's library. That's not really doing a whole lot. This is like a 4 mana do nothing. Also, like, you need to have the mana to cast your opponent's cards, which is why the treasures come in. Yeah, this looks bad to me. F. F for Corbold. Yep. Yep. Once you start getting the 4-mana spot, your cards need to be really impactful on the battlefield, and this doesn't do anything. F. Redcap Gutter Dweller. 2 red. Rare Goblin Warrior. It's a 3/3 with menace. It enters the battlefield with 2 rats. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on the Redcap Gutter Dweller and exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Now that's actually kind of tight. So he starts eating your rats, and he gets bigger, and you get to draw, basically get to draw an extra card on top of it. I'm in for Redcap Gutter Dweller. This looks really good. He comes with 2 rats right away, so you get to do him at least twice. If your opponent doesn't answer it, he's going to become a 5/5 menace. Hell yeah. Hit me with that B+ on Redcap Gutter Dweller. Next, Witchstalker Frenzy, 3 and a red for an uncommon instant. This spell costs 1 less for each creature that attacked this turn. Witchstalker Frenzy deals 5 damage to target creature. Yeah! That's great. So you can use this offensively. God, you can get that for really cheap. If you get attacking with even just... If you attack with just 1 creature, 3 mana instant, deal 5 to something is fantastic. You attacking with 2 or 3 creatures, this is so cheap, that's so efficient. Or, you just wait until your opponent attacks you, because this also makes it cheaper. It's just any creature that attacked this turn. If your opponent attacks you and you just only have a 1 mana deal 5 to something, this is super good. This is really good. Frickin' B+ for Witchstalker Frenzy? Yeah, imagine having all the rats in the world making your Witchstalker Frenzy cheap. Very good. Next up, Bellowing Bruiser. 4 and a red for Common Ogre. He's a 4/4 with haste. Tight. But he also has the adventure Beat a Path. 2 and a red sorcery. Up to 2 target creatures can't block this turn. That's okay. 5 mana 4/4 haste is kind of fine, and I never am huge on like these target creatures can't block this turn because it only hits 2. Yeah, he looks kind of dorky. D+. 2-headed Hunter. 4 and a red for an uncommon giant. He's a 5/4 with menace. But also has the adventure Twice the Rage. 1 and a red instant. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. It can be a 4/4 haste turn 4. He costs 5 mana though. So. I mean, if you have the treasure, sure, but that's kind of redundant because you could argue that for almost any creature. Just, you have to look at the card in a vacuum on its own. On its own, not great. 2-headed Hunter, though, a little bit better. A 5 mana 5/4 menace is a stronger attacker, and like the combat trick of giving something double strike is good because that means you can use that early on and take out. You can use that to take out an opponent's creature with the double strike, or at least trade up. 2-headed Hunter looks a little bit better. This one leans more of a C. All right, the Red Virtue. Virtue of Courage. 3 red for the Mythic Enchantment. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to any opponent, you may exile that many cards from the top of your library. You may play those cards this turn. It also has Embereth Blaze. 1 and a red instant. Deal 2 damage to any target. Better than the blue one. Not quite as good as the white or the black. How many... Not a whole lot of non-combat damage to a player effects. Yeah, this one's less exciting than the others, but still playable. It's like a C+ for Virtue of Courage. It's only 5 compared to the other ones. Feels constructed. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you need a lot of non-combat damage sources to make it really pop off. Yeah, it's more like a C++. And again, it's only playable in limited C+ range because it has the adventure attached. All right, a couple red cards left. Hearth Elemental, 5 and a red for an uncommon elemental creature. It's a 4/5, but it costs X less to cast, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard that are instant sorceries or have an adventure? Okay. And it has an adventure himself with Stoke Genius, 1 and a red for sorcery. Discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. So how much would I want to pay for this where I feel like it's good? That doesn't take much. Like, as soon as you have 2 instance sorceries or adventures in your graveyard, if you can play this as a 4/5 for 4, that's above rate and quite good. That doesn't take much. And then if you see this in the super late game, 1 and a red to discard your hand and draw 2 cards is also good. Especially since there's a good chance you just make it that you have no cards in your hand anyway, and you just get a free draw 2, and you still get this guy down for cheap. Yeah, this actually looks like pretty good top end. I wouldn't go higher than a C+, because at the end of the day, it is just a 4/5. Kind of dorky, but solid. C+. Final red card. The Realm Scorcher Hellkite. 4 red for a mythic dragon. The 4/6 with bargain. Flying in haste. Christ. When it enters the battlefield, if it was bargained, add 4 mana in any combination of colors. And you can pay 1 and a red. Realm Scorcher Hellkite deals 1 damage to any target. Oh, I get it. So if you bargain this in, you tack in for 4 and then ping another 2 to the opponent. Or take out a creature if you need to. That's another really good card. That's another really good card. A+ for Realm Scorcher Hellkite. 6 toughness? Are you kidding me? Christ. Yeah, that's quite good. Trying to go a little bit faster since it's getting late. All right, with that, we'll move on to green cards. First green card, Brave the Wilds. Green, sorcery, common, bargain. If this spell is bargained, target land you control becomes a 3/3 elemental creature with haste. Still a land. Search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. So it's a green mana fixer. Helps you find any land, helps you splash. What's interesting is that the bargain part isn't until end of turn. It just is a 3/3. Which normally sounds good, but a lot of times making your lands into creatures is also kind of a liability, because then they could die to removal, and then you're down a land. It looks like an okay fixer. Yeah. It's not great without a bargain. With a bargain, it's not bad, because then you'll at least get like something representing a 3/3. If you don't have a means of bargaining it, though, it's just kind of a little less than medium. I'm going to stick with a D+ on it still. But this is a decent way to be able to fix and hit your land drops. Reminds me of the was it the Lord of the Rings card, where it's like green to find a land or do a fight? Next up, Commune with Nature. Green. Sorcery common. Look at the top 5 cards in your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom in your library in any order. I don't know. If this could hit creature or land, I would like this quite a bit. Just creature, it's fine. Like another D+ card. Happy playing just like one of them in your deck. Other than that, eh. Is this a reprint? Sounds like a reprint. Pretty sure it's a reprint. Next, Leaping Ambush, green, instant, common. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains reach until end of turn. Untap it. Yep, that's a green combat trick, all right. Green's been getting a lot of these like untap ones. Yeah. That's still like a D level card. Gonna end up in your sideboard more often than not. Next card is Royal Treatment, green for an uncommon instant. Target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Create a Royal Roll token attached to that creature. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So it's green. Give a creature hexproof to protect it from a spell, but then you also make it royal, so now it permanently has +1/+1 and ward 1. That's not bad. It's still kind of it's kind of a combat trick because you're also giving it a +1/+1. Yeah, that's okay. I like it more than the Leaping Ambush. I wouldn't go crazy putting a ton of these in my deck. So if you got like super valuable creatures that you really want to protect, then yeah, you want to play this out because then it gives you a means of protecting your creatures. D+ for the Royal Treatment. Next, Toadstool Admirer, green for an oof. A common. He's a 1/1 with ward 2. You can also pay 3 and a green, put a +1/+1 counter on Toadstool Admirer. Yeah, not quite Boggles. Not quite I don't remember the other like green 1/1 hexproof where you just put a bunch of wards on it. That's interesting. I don't hate it. I don't think I would play this card though. Unless there's like tons of other wards that I don't know about. Yeah, still a D for Toadstool Admirer. Yeah. No. Alright. Bestial Bloodline. 1 and a green. Oh, for an aura. There you go. Alright. Enchanted creature is +2/+2. You can pay 4 and a green to return it from your graveyard to your hand. Those always end up being kind of okay. Just okay. But maybe there is like a world where you get a bunch of Toadstool Admirers and just all the auras in the world. Just to like make them big and difficult to kill. Maybe. Might try that actually. Like force a oops all Toadstool Admirers deck with all the auras in the world. Still, it's a D card. But it being able to return makes it feel less bad when this gets destroyed off your creature. Next is the Bramble Familiar, 1 and a green for an Elemental Raccoon. He's rare, 2/2. He can tap to add green mana. You can also do 1 and a green, tap it, discard a card, return Bramble Familiar to its owner's hand. In case you really want to bounce back. It also has the Adventure Fetch Quest. 5 green sorcery, mill 7 cards, then put a creature, enchantment, or land card from among the milled cards onto the battlefield. Uh-huh. Bounce it back and keep fetching? It sounds like a good way to mill yourself out into death and then your 40-card draft deck. especially at 7 mana. It has to be from among the milled cards, not just any card in your graveyard, which makes it a little less good. How many times can you do that in limited? Like 3 tops. But it is a 2-mana 2/2 that can ramp you a little bit, which that alone is fine enough. So it's a C+. It's a C+ 2/2. I wouldn't worry a whole lot about the fetch quest part, unless like you only have like so many cards left in your deck, and you know one of them is like the freaking dragon or something. Yeah, C+. Alright, Elvish Archivist. 1 and a green for a rare Elf Artificer who is a 0/1. Whenever 1 or more artifacts enter the battlefield under your control, put 2 +1/+1 counters on the Elvish Archivist. This can only trigger once each turn. Whenever 1 or more enchantments enter the battlefield under your control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. If you played this and you make some food, it gets bigger. Or if you're making auras, you get extra cards on top of it. Okay. Neat. If for some reason you're not doing either one of those, this is a completely worthless card. So it's like the once per turn is an understandable limitation, but also a bummer. This is like a kind of build around-ish B. Yeah, chances are in this set, like you should be making artifacts and enchantments. I like it. Next is the Feral Encounter. Green for a rare sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may exile a creature card from among them. Put the rest on the bottom in random order. You may cast that exiled card this turn. At the beginning of the next combat phase this turn, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power up to 1 target creature you don't control. A lot of words to say. Look at the top 5, exile a creature, you can cast it, and then at the beginning of your combat, when your creature bites something. Extra steps. I don't hate that though. For green, find a creature and bite something. Yeah, this is alright. It's like a B-. If you don't find a creature card in the top 5, that's a pretty painful whiff. But I assume you will, and it's cheap enough that you can find like a 3-mana thing to get it down, and then at the beginning of combat, have your 3-mana thing at least bite something. Yeah, that's not bad. It's still only like a C+. That's not bad. Next is Grateful Takedown. 1 and a green for an uncommon sorcery. Any number of target enchanted creatures you control and up to 1 other target creature you control, each deal damage equal to their power. Target creature you don't control. Okay, again, a lot of words. This is a sorcery speed bite, where at least one of your creatures deals their power and damage to another target creature. But then if you have any enchanted creatures, they can also help. It's a lot of words to say tandem takedown. Yeah, basically, but more. So you can use as many enchanted creatures as you want, plus 1 non-enchanted creature. Which again, that's your pretty typical green removal. It's like a, we'll go C+. Sorcery speed hurts it a bit. C+. All right. The Mosswood Dread Knight. That's an awesome name. 1 a green for a rare human knight. Oh, Jesus Christ. 2 mana for a 3/2 trample. And when he dies, you may cast it from your graveyard as an adventure until the end of your next turn. His adventure is Dread Whispers. 1 in a black sorcery. You draw a card and you'll lose a life? The fuck? So he's undying. Are you kidding me? So the way this works, he's a 2 mana 3/2 trample. Amazing. Should he die, you can then cast the adventure from your graveyard. You know what happens when he casts the adventure? It then goes to the exile. Once in exile, you then cast him from exile as the creature. The dude doesn't die. This is good. B+. Yeah, it's not like it was until like until your next end step. That would be balanced. This is until the end of your next turn. Good God. B+ for the Mosswood Dread Knight. Next, Questing Druid. 1 and a green for a rare human druid. He's a 1/1. Whenever you cast a spell that's white, blue, black, or red, put a +1/+1 counter on Questing Druid. Take that, Kyrian Dryad. He also has the adventure, Beak of the Beast. 1 and a red, instant, adventure. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until your next end step. You play those cards. Yeah, it's one of the things where, like, as soon as you get to the point where you cast the adventure from graveyard and then cast the creature side again, your opponent's gonna be like, "What the fuck?" Questing Druid looks okay. Just okay. Kind of slow. Yeah, I like the built-in Reckless Impulse. Yeah. Still only like a C for Questing Druid. Usually these things kind of die before they get too crazy or they don't build fast enough. Next, Red Tooth Vanguard. 1 and a green for an uncommon elf warrior. The 3/1 with trample. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2. If you do, return Red Tooth Vanguard from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. So you can just freely attack in with this, and if it dies, it's not too difficult to get it back to recast it. That's solid recursion. C. Next up is Root Rider Fawn. Oh no. Found the furry card. She's got cleavage. 1 a green for a common Satire Scout. She's a 1/3, and you can tap to add 1 green mana, or you can pay 1 and tap her to add 1 mana of any color. So she ramps and fixes. Good. C. Territorial Witchstalker. 1 and a green for common wolf. 2/3 defender. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, Territorial Witchstalker gets +1/+0 and can attack if it didn't have defender. Oh, okay. 2 mana, 2/3 defender, and as soon as you got a 4 power thing, you can start attacking as a 3/3. You know. You really can't start attacking in until like turn 4. Yeah, it's not one of those cards that finds the biggest home in just red-green. That's alright. Like another C-, I think. Because it can't get in early on. C-. Titanic Growth got a reprint. 1 and a green. Common instant. Target creature gets +4/+4 until the turn. Yep. D. Tough Cookie. 1 a green for an artifact creature uncommon. He's a 2/2. When Tough Cookie enters the battlefield, make a food token. 2 and a green. Target non-creature artifact you control becomes a 4/4 artifact creature until end of turn. You can also pay 2, tap, sacrifice Tough Cookie, gain 3 life. So the Tough Cookie itself is a food, but you can also pay 2 and a green to make like your food into a 4/4 until end of turn. Green artifact animation. Hilarious. That's quite good. C+. You get 2/2 for 2 that comes with a food. Happy with that. And then everything else on top of that's just a bonus. C+. A Troublemaker Oof. 1 a green. It's a 2/2 with bargain. When it enters the battlefield, if it was bargained, exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Okay. 2/2 for 2 with a little bit of upside. That's fine. C-, but I can see a world where you want to sideboard more of these in as you see what your opponent has. Up the Beanstalk, 1 and a green for an uncommon enchantment when it enters the battlefield. And whenever you cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, draw a card. Ooh, I actually kind of like that. The fact that it replaces itself right away makes it better. Because, like, green has these kind of cards pretty often. But it usually doesn't, like, target itself right away. It's not bad. Especially since green usually wants to go big and cast expensive things. Yeah, I'm up a little bit more on there. C+ for Up the Beanstalk. Welcome to Sweet Tooth is an uncommon saga. It's a 1 green. Chapter 1 is you make a 1/1 human. Chapter 2 is you make a food. Chapter 3 is put X +1/+1 counters on target creature control, where X is 1 plus the number of foods you control. Okay, so at turn 1, you get 2 mana 1/1. And then if you manage to have that survive until the 3rd chapter, you can make your 1/1 into a 3/3. Yeah, that's okay. I see. The floor goes up with the more food generation that you have. Because giving something, even for like 3 or 4 +1/+1 counters, is quite good. Curse of the Werefox, 2 and a green for a common sorcery. Create a monster roll token attached to target creature control, and when you do, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. Once again, monster roll is an enchantment or a token that gives it +1/+1 in trample. And then they fight. Solid. See? Another sorcery speed fight spell. A little bit expensive, but you do get the monster roll does help it. See? Hollow Scavenger, 2 and a red for a wolf. That's a 3/2. You can pay 1 and sacrifice a food to give it +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. But also has the adventure bakery raid. Green, sorcery, make a food. Yep, good. That's a 3/2 for 3 that can have a threat of activation. And your opponent has to kind of worry about that. Nice. C for Hollow Scavenger. Again, what I like about this one is that he can set himself up with his own adventure. Next up, the Red Tooth Genealogist. 2 and a green for a 2/3, a common. When he enters the battlefield, create a royal roll token attached to another target creature control. So he can't target himself, but he does give someone else +1/+1 and ward 1. So you get 3/4 worth of stats for 3 mana. That seems good. Probably one of the better green cards, I think. See? Return from the Wilds, 2 and a green for a common sorcery. Choose 2. Search your library for a basic land card, put into the battlefield tapped. Create a 1/1 white human, or create a food token. You get to choose 2? Okay. So for the most part, getting that land out and making a 1/1 is fine. And if you don't need the land, you can make a 1/1 and a food. Yep. Oh yeah, that does work with Celebration. Though I think if you're looking to celebrate, you're looking to be red, white, not in green at all. But you would be correct. It can celebrate if you make a human and a food. Look good. See. Sentinel of the Lost Lore. 1 green for a rare knight. Oh my god. 1 green for a 3/4? When it enters the battlefield, choose 1 or more. Return target card you own in exile that has an adventure to your hand. Put target card you don't own in exile that has an adventure on the bottom of its owner's library, or exile target player's graveyard. So basically, if you cast an adventure, you can then cast Sentinel of the Lost Lore and get your creature back into your hand so you can adventure again. Or if your opponent already has a creature out on an adventure, this guy then just shoves it into the bottom of its owner's library. And then you could do it all. You could do all of it. Exile target player's graveyard, just in case. And he's a 3 mana 3/4. Damn. Not an insta win, but very, very solid. B. 3 mana for a 3/4 alone makes it super good. Next, Spider Food. 2 and a green for common sorcery. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Make a food. Yep. This is usually like a sideboard D. But I think there's going to be enough effects that I could see this getting main decked. So, D+. Next is Tanglespan Lookout, 2 and a green for an uncommon 2/3. Whenever an aura enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. It says draw a card on it. I'm always a fan. C+. The Huntsman Redemption, 2 and a green for a rare saga. Chapter 1, make a 3/3 green beast token. Okay. Chapter 2, you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, search your library for a creature or a basic land, put it into your hand. Chapter 3, up to 2 target creature each get +2/+2 and trample until end of turn. Yeah, there we go. That's a good saga. Again, the floor is a 3 mana 3/3, which is on rate. And then anything after that is just bonus. And if it happens to survive until chapter 5, you got some beaters. Huntsman's Redemption looks really good. B. Verdant Outrider, 2 and a green for a 4/2. And then you pay 1 and a green. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less this turn. That's a D. This is another green card that doesn't really fit to any one of the archetypes and is completely filler. If you didn't have to pay the mana to make it so it can't get blocked, it'd be better. It is important to note that it is a 3 mana with 4 power. So if you're playing the red-green and you have stuff that cares about it, that is a way of doing it. But I really don't like that you got to pay the mana to make it unblockable for power 2 or less. Next is Blossoming Tortoise, 2 green for a mythic turtle. He's a 3/3. When he enters the battlefield or attacks, mill 3 cards. Then return a land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Activated abilities of lands you control cost 1 less to activate. Land creatures you control get +1/+1. So for the most part, only the top half of the card really matters. He's a 4 mana 3/3 turtle that can mill you and get lands onto the battlefield. And then at some point, you want to stop doing that so you don't mill yourself to death. It looks okay. I think he's like a B-, because the ramp is real. But then at some point, he's just going to chill back as a 3/3 for 4 mana. Yeah, B-. Ferocious Werefox, 3 and a green for a Fox Elf Warrior. It's a 4/3 trample. Yep. But it also has guard change, 1 and a green at instant. Create a monster roll token attached to target creature control. Ooh, at instant speed? Instant speed gives something +1/+1 and trample permanently? I like that. Because then you can swing in, win the combat, and still get in for damage. And then you get a 4/3 trample afterwards. That's pretty solid. That's a good green card. C+. Howling Galefang, 2 green for a uncommon beast. That's a 4/4 with vigilance. But it has haste as long as you own a card in exile that has an adventure. So it's a 4 mana 4/4 with vigilance. Sometimes you get to cast it as a 4/4 haste vigilance for 4. That's solid. That's like another. It's a C+. It's like a slightly above rate 4 mana card. Knight of the Sweets' Revenge, 3 and a green for an uncommon enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, you make a food token. Foods you have can have tap, add green mana. Okay, all your food can ramp. You can pay 5 green, sacrifice the enchantment. Creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of food you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh, well. Like a build around food ramp? I don't know how excited I am about paying 7 and giving all your creatures +X/+X. I know your foods can help pay for the 7. That's still not great. Like, how many foods would you want? We're giving your creatures +X till end of turn feels good at sorcery speed. They don't get trample or anything. I would, yeah, for the most part, this seems like a build around food ramp. So, build around C. I'm happy for the mana part, and that's about it. Alright, Sky Beast Tracker. Green for 2/4 with reach. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, you create a food token. Kind of okay. Don't really love him. He's like a kind of a D+, C- kind of guy. Tempest Heart. 3 green for an elk. Oko intensifies. Uncommon. It's a 3/4 trample. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on Tempest Heart. That's a little bit better. And has the adventure 1 in a blue. Scan the clouds. Instant. Draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. Ooh, I actually like this guy a lot. Like a lot. I'd be happy it's just like a 4-mana 3/4 that also has the draw 2, discard 2 attached to it. And then if he sticks around enough that you're casting big stuff, he gets a little bit bigger with the trample. Yeah, looks good. C+. Agatha's Champion, 4 and a green for uncommon 4/4 human knight with bargain. It's also trample. If it enters the battlefield, if it was bargain, it fights up to 1 target creature control. Okay, that's like a second one we've seen of that. Beanstalk Worm? Oh, it's literally a beanstalk worm. 4 and a green for a plant worm. The 5/4 reach. But also has plant beans sorcery. You may play an additional land this turn. Oh. That's not great. D. That's a clunky way to ramp. Because you need the land in hand. It doesn't draw you anything on top of it. It doesn't not do anything, but it's not great. That's a D. Gingerbread Hunter. 4 and green for a giant at uncommon. It's a 5/5. When he enters the battlefield, you make a food token. Great. But he also has the attached adventure of 2 and a black instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Yeah, there we go. That's some just more good green-black food plus removal. Super good. I like this guy quite a bit. B. Gruff Triplets. 3 green for a rare 3/3 trampler. When he enters the battlefield, if it isn't a token, create 2 tokens that are copies of it. Oh. When Gruff Triplets dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to its power on each creature you control named Gruff Triplets. Oh my god. So for 3 green, you get 3 3/3 tramplers. And then when one of them dies, the other ones become 6/6 tramplers. And then when one of those dies, you have a 12/12 trampler. Huh. Now, the casting cost is a little rough. But good God. Like if your opponent attacks, you just like chump block with one of them. And then their stuff gets bigger. Like what do they do after that? They can do like instant speed removal in response or bounces or something, but man, this is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. I think this is an A, even with the casting cost. I think it's an A. Damn. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Stormkeld Vanguard. 4 green for a giant warrior. It's a 6/7 and can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. And also has the adventure bear down, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Oh, this is a solid all around. You're going to have, I think you're going to have targets for the sorcery adventure on the card alone. And then he's just a big, beefy, giant bear later on. That's probably still like a B- for Stormkeld Vanguard. There's 3 green cards left. Hamlet Glutton. 5 green for another giant common. He's a 6/6 with bargain, but it costs 2 less to cast if it's bargain. Has trample. Oh, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Yeah. Dude, if you can trample, bargain this down, giving a 5 mana 6/6 trample that gains you 3 life is very strong. Even at 7 mana, still pretty good. Not as exciting, but still pretty good. We've seen these kind of like Honey Mammoth cards play out way better than we expect, but he's even bigger and has trample. Yep, I like it. Just if you make a food, you just sack the food to him. Who cares? This guy looks really good. I think Hamlet Glutton's gonna be like a B+. Yeah, just make food and get the life anyway. B+. The green Virtue of Strength. 5 green for a mythic enchantment. If you tap a basic land for mana, it produces 3 times as much of that mana instead. It also has Garenbrig Growth for green adventure. Return target creature card or land card from your graveyard to your hand. F. In limited. This costs 7. By the time you have 7 mana, I don't think you need 21 mana after that. Yeah, this is probably going to be a commander card. F for limited. Thunderous Debut. 6 green for a rare sorcery with bargain. Look at the top 20 cards of your library. Reveal up to 2 creature cards from them. If it was bargained, put them on the battlefield. Otherwise, put the revealed cards into your hand and shuffle. Well, whatever cards are left in your deck, you're gonna find them. This pretty much sucks unless you bargain it. Eight mana is a lot. This is a decent ramp payoff, though. Ramp it, bargain it. Yeah, if you don't bargain it, this is an F. If you do bargain it, this card only gets as good as the other creatures left in your deck. So it's kind of a clunky one. I'm gonna play it safe and say like a bargained C. We really need to have the payoff to make it worth it. Bargained C. Yeah, I'll go with that. All right, that'll do it for green. We still have artifacts to deal with. All right, it's getting late and I'm getting hungry. Be through the rest of these. All right, there's one gold card I missed, and it was Baluna Grand Squall. I think this is the only triple colored card in the set. Green, blue, red for a mythic giant noble. She's a 4/4 of trample. Permanent spells you cast that have an adventure cost 1 less to cast. So that does mean the creature is cheaper, but not the adventure. But also has an adventure attached to her. Seek Thrills. 2 green, blue, red. Instant. Mill 7 cards. Then put all cards that have an adventure from among the milled cards into your hand. It seems like it's probably going to be set up for some commander nonsense. But you know what? Even without that, if you can fix it and get yourself a 4/4 trample for 3 mana, and then all your adventure cards are cheaper, that's pretty good. And it's got trample on top of it. The trample makes it Quite good. So this is probably going to really only end up in your base green deck. Maybe you're like red, blue if you got the treasure making guys. It seems solid. B. I don't know about the pay 5 to mill 7. Milling 7's a lot. That will be. Alright, and that leaves us with the artifacts. Candy Trail. 1. Food clue? What? When it enters the battlefield, scry 2. Pay 2, sacrifice it, gain 3 life, and draw a card? That rules! Food clue? Wow. And it gets the scry 2 on top of it. Would you be happy paying 3 mana for scry 2, draw a card, gain 3 life? Probably. And then any deck you have that cares about food, like you'll want more of these in there. That is a hilarious card. I think it's like a C, but you probably shouldn't. You shouldn't play like too many multiples. Ooh, piece of candy. Gingerbrew got reprinted. A 1-mana 1/1 haste to food golem. You can pay once and make it so you can't get blocked to this turn except by creatures with haste. Notably, far more creatures in this set that has haste. And you can pay 2 and make them pay 2, sacrifice them, gain 3 life like he's a food. It's still just like a D. But again, in your food decks, that is a food creature. Soul Guide Lantern got reprinted. Okay. 1 mana enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. You can tap it to sacrifice it to exile each opponent's graveyard, or you can pay 1, sacrifice it to draw a card. Probably a sideboard card. It's like a sideboard D. Agatha's Soul Cauldron. 2 mana for a legendary artifact. You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to activate abilities of creatures you control. Creatures you control with the +1/+1 counters on them all have activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Tap it, exile target card from a graveyard. When a creature card is exiled this way, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. That's so many words. So basically, the 2 mana, you can tap it to exile a creature from a graveyard. Doesn't have to be your own. Can hit your opponent's. And then if you do that, if you exile a creature card, you can put a +1/+1 counter on one of your creatures. And then if the creature card that you exiled has an activated ability, you can just activate those abilities on your creatures that have +1/+1 counters, which Agatha kind of sells stuff up to. That's so many words. Probably on the slow end. Don't know if it's going to be worth it. It looks fine. C-. There's not a whole lot of like activated abilities, since a lot of the abilities in this format are adventure cards. But getting this to like get stuff out of your opponent's graveyard while growing your stuff isn't the worst thing in the world. But C-. Collector's Vault 2 for an uncommon artifact. Pay 2, draw a card, then discard a card, make a treasure token. Oh. Like an artifact looter, but also makes money? 2 mana to loot is quite a bit, though. It's still like a D. Like 2 mana to get this down, then 2 mana to loot on top of it, even if it makes the treasure. Kind of pricey. D. Prophetic Prism got reprinted. 2 mana artifact. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Pay 1, tap it, add 1 mana of any color. Okay. So there is some fixing in here. D+ for Prophetic Prism. Not much else to really say about that. If you need some fixing, this is a simple way to do it. Scarecrow Guide. 2 mana for 2/1 Scarecrow with Reach. Pay 1, add 1 mana of any color, activate it only once each turn. Even more fixing. Very dorky, but fixing. D. Sir Ginger, the Meal Ender. 2 mana legendary Food Knight. 3-1. Sir Ginger has trample, hexproof, and haste as long as an opponent controls a planeswalker. Whenever another artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Sir Ginger. Cry 1. 2. Tap it. You gain life equal to its power. So it's like a superfood. Hell yeah. Sir Ginger rules. For the most part, your opponent's not going to have a planeswalker, so it is a 2-mana 3-1. And then if you ever another artifact you control is put into a graveyard. So if you sack a food, this gets a +1/+1 counter. Scry 1. It itself is food. You know what? At the end of the day, this is only like a C. It's gonna be better in constructed. But this is a 2-mana 3-1 that you can just still eat and gain food. Maybe you might get lucky. You might get a +1/+1 counter and a scry on top of it. So see. The Iron Crag, which is decidedly not the aggro crag, despite what we all wish. It's a legendary artifact for 2. You tap it to add a colorless mana. Ooh, that's not bad. 2-mana mana rocks are always good. Whenever a legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may have the Iron Crag become a legendary equipment artifact named Everflame Hero's Legacy. If you do, it gains Equip 3, and equipped creature gets +3/+3 and loses all other abilities. The Sword and the Stone. That rules. I like that flavor a lot. So, fascinatingly, the way this reads is that... Hold on. When the Iron Crag becomes the equipment, it's no longer the Iron Crag, right? So it doesn't have... So the way this reads is like you can... Once you cast a legendary creature, you can tap the Iron Crag and float the colorless mana. Have it become the equipment. And then use that colorless mana to equip this to one of your creatures. It doesn't matter if the equipment is tapped. It doesn't matter. And it's not till end of turn, it just is. Oh, yeah, so it's a 2-mana mana rock, but as soon as it becomes an equipment, it's just going to be equipment for the rest of its existence. That's fascinating. I honestly kind of like it as just the 2-mana rock. +3/+3 is pretty good. Equip 3 is not. That's a weird one to grade. Yeah, you could always choose to not have it become the Everflame. Because it is a mage that'll transform it. Huh. I have no idea what to grade that. If you have legendary creatures that have like enter the battlefield effects, it loses all other abilities though. If you like roll them afterwards to get them trample or ward or anything. Oh no, yeah, I'm misreading that. The equipped creature gets +3/+3. The Iron Crag loses all other abilities, not the creature. I missed where the quotes end. Okay, yeah, it just becomes a equipment of equip 3 +3/+3. So the creature still keeps all the abilities. Okay, no, that is better. I still don't know what to grade it. I am lost on this one. C question mark? Well, let's back it up. Back it up. Because you need legendary creatures. Like a 2-mana rock for the colorless is good ramp. Like most decks are actually kind of happy to get that. If you don't have legendary creatures though, less exciting. There's quite a few legendaries though. I have no idea. I have no idea on this one. I'm gonna try it, and it's probably not gonna go well for me. But that's fascinating. I'm gonna stick with a C. But wow. All right. 3 bowls of porridge. 2 for an uncommon food. You can pay 2, tap it, choose one that hasn't been chosen. 3 bowls of porridge deals 2 damage to target creature. Tap target creature, or sacrifice it, gain 3 life. That's kind of cool. It's a food for 2 that has a bunch of extra bonuses on top of it. Neat. D+. Flavor win? Yeah. Too hot, too cold, just right. Fantastic. Fantastic flavor. D+. Hilda's Crown of Winter. 3 for a legendary artifact at rare. 1, tap it, tap target creature. This ability costs 1 less to activate during your turn. Oh, it's free during your turn. Okay. You can also pay 3, sacrifice it, draw a card for each tapped creature your opponent controls. Okay, so yeah, you can always activate it on your turn to tap one of your opponent's creatures. Pay 3, sacrifice it, draw cards. Otherwise, this is a 3-mana Icy Manipulator. It's hard to be upset at that. This is going to be a really good control card. This is like a B- control card that I think you could be happy putting in almost any one of your decks. Yeah, I think it's just a better Icy Manipulator. All right, final artifact is Ariet's Tempting Apple. 4 for legendary food. When it enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. Oh, Tempting Apple. You can pay 2, sacrifice the apple to gain 3 life. You can also pay 2, sacrifice the apple, target opponent loses 3 life. Kind of a more expensive way of getting one of your opponent's creatures. I don't love that. That's like another D. Expensive food. It's also expensive taking opponent's creature. D. Alright, there are a couple of special lands. Take a look at those. Evolving Wilds is back. Okay, so fixing in this whole format is actually going to be pretty good. So, splashing for adventures for 3 colors is actually going to be solid. There's also the Crystal Grotto. When it enters the battlefield, scry 1. Add a colorless, pay 1, tap it, add 1 of any color. Funky fixing. This has been printed before. It's not awesome. This is like a D. Edgewall Inn, though. Uncommon land. Does enter the battlefield tapped, but when it enters the battlefield, choose a color. You can tap to add 1 mana of any color. And you can also pay 3, tap, sacrifice it, return target card that has an adventure card from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty good. This is basically a lot of words to basically say it's an Evolving Wilds with a means of getting one of your adventure cards back into your hand later on. This is good. That's a good land. That's like a C land. And then also, under rare, they have a bunch of creature lands. Restless Fortress is 1... They all enter the battlefield tapped. It's white-black. You can pay 2 white-black to make it become a 1/4 black nightmare. And whenever it attacks, the defending player loses 2 life and you gain 1 life. That's okay. Yeah, that's like a C. Restless Spire is blue-red. And you can pay blue-red to make it become a 2/1 red elemental. As long as it's your turn, it has first strike. And when it attacks, you scry 1. I like that one a little bit less. That's like a C-. Restless Cottage is green-black. Pay 2 black-green. It becomes a 4/4 until end of turn. When it attacks, Create a food token and exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. That's a little bit better. This is like a C+ land. Restless. Jesus. Bivorak? Ox? The red-white one. 1 red-white, it becomes a 2/2. And whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. You could technically have it target itself. So it attacks and is a 3/3. That's kind of a waste. But it is an option. See? And Restless Vinestalk. Blue-green. Pay 3 blue-green. It becomes a 5/5 with trample until end of turn. And then whenever it attacks, up to 1 other target creature has base power and toughness 3/3 until end of turn. That one's a little bit better. But keep in mind with all these activations, like, it can't pay for itself because it would tap itself. So, you need a fair amount of lands to even make this happen. Probably another C+ for Restless. Yeah, green-blue one, black-green ones are the best ones. The 2 white ones are solid, and then the blue-red one is like the least good. But they're all dual lands that fix you. I wouldn't prioritize them too highly, though. Alright, so there is the Wilds of Eldraine Enchanting Tales. So these are all cards that are going to show... How many are there of these? I don't know. Do I have the energy to go through all of this right now? There's a lot. 103 cards. Not counting all the alternate arts or whatever. I don't know if I got it in me to do this. Be like another 2 hours. OG set is like 63. Man, that's still a lot of cards. As much as I would love to, it is getting late. I am so hungry. I gotta wrap it up here. So I'm so sorry, everyone. So I'll wrap it up there, but there you go. Hopefully that helps give you a look into the Wilds of Eldraine. There is the pre-release this weekend, so if you're doing the pre-release, be sure to check it out. Hope you have a good time with that. Let me know how it goes. As always, you can join the Discord, discord.gg/ProJared, and we have a Magic the Gathering channel in there, so you can hang out with all the other Magic players and talk with them about the how are your Magic decks going. Would love to hear it. But hey, if you're watching on the YouTube version, hope you enjoyed this very long, I assume just a podcast for you, of me talking about Magic the Gathering cards. Don't forget, I also play Magic the Gathering every single Monday on Twitch, so hope I'll see you then. Thanks for watching the VOD. Much appreciated. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments on any other things that you think deserve a different grade or other consideration. Would love to hear it. Thanks, YouTube.